Test, test, test. Hey, hey, hey. Test, test, test. Test 1, 2, 3. Hey, hey, hey. test.
Dear delegates, please take a seat. Thank you. Excellencies, ambassadors, dear colleagues, good morning, everybody. My name is Barbara Trionfi, and I'm a principal advisor at the Office of the OSCE Representative on Freedom of the Media. And I would like to welcome you all to the Southeast Europe Media Conference, which is organized every year by the OSCE Representative on Freedom of the Media in cooperation with the OSCE field operations in the region. Thank you all for coming to Tirana for this conference, for taking the time from your busy schedules to spend a couple of days with us and try to understand together what are the challenges that journalists face and what is the path ahead, what we can do to address and to support journalism. Over the next 1.5 days in different panel discussions and workshops, as well as maybe over a glass of wine, we will discuss how to strengthen journalism as a public good. We will discuss what makes journalism a public good, what are the responsibilities of state institutions and governments, and what is expected from journalists, editors, news publishers themselves. We will analyze the many challenges that journalists face, from safety to digital surveillance, from the transparency of media ownership to the relationship between media and big tech. And we will look at techniques and tools for investigative journalism, as well as discuss how to cover the polarization that is affecting our societies ever more. Because only when we know what the challenges are and when we analyze them, then we can start talking about the solutions and understand who is responsible to implement different solutions. As Nobel laureate and Filipino journalist Maria Ressa said, and I'm paraphrasing, media freedom is not only about the journalists. It is the foundation of every single right of every single person to the truth, so that we can hold the powerful to account. And on this note, please join me in welcoming His Excellency Ferit Hoxha, Minister for Europe and Foreign Affairs of Albania, to the stage. Mr. Minister.
Thank you very much, and let me wish everybody welcome to Tirana, to Albania, and especially to those who have not been to Tirana recently. I hope you will have a time, of course, to have this wonderful discussion on this fantastic topic, but also to go a little bit outside and to see the change, because this country really is on a change adrenaline. Dear OSCE representatives of freedom of media, Ambassador Brathu, Ambassador Huber, Ambassador Tirana, dear ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, dear friends. Again, let me first extend a warm welcome to all of you. We are proud that this conference is happening to Albania, to Tirana, and I would say very quickly why this matters. First, the OSCE remains one of the few multilateral frameworks where media freedom is treated not as a soft issue, but as a hard security commitment. No security without media freedom is not a slogan. It is a political commitment that all of us in this room and many more outside have signed up to, one that deserves to be acted upon with consistency. And second, the theme of this conference, strengthening journalism as a public good, could not be more timelier. Across our region and beyond, journalism is under pressure from multiple directions at once: economic fragility, digital disruption, and disinformation. We all know it too well. When journalism weakens, accountability weakens with it, and disinformation thrives. When journalists are silenced, societies lose their voice. When this happens, it is not just a media problem. It affects democracy at its core. Albania takes these issues very seriously. We know maybe better than most from our own history what it means to live without free press, with no public debate, with absolute censorship and the media as an instrument of propaganda. Just as we have learned during these 3 decades what it means to have and enjoy freedom of expression and media pluralism, which are nowadays not only democratic imperatives, they are also an integral part of our European accession process and the broader democratic reform agenda. This is why we have never stopped working in this regard. In January 2026, so a few months ago, the Parliament adopted amendments to the Criminal Code on defamation, removing criminal liability for journalists acting in good faith and in the public interest, while strengthening penalties for violence and threats against journalists. We have worked closely with the European Union and the Council of Europe through the PROFEX program to strengthen the legal and ethical framework for media freedom, just as we have engaged with the Council of Europe's Journalist Matter campaign to reinforce institutional awareness of journalist protection at the national level. But I want to be honest, legislation is very important, but alone it's not enough. The real test is implementation, is practice. It is what happens every day. This means having a media environment where journalists can report freely, where independent outlets can sustain themselves financially, and where professionalism, integrity, and accountability thrive. This is a challenge across the region, and the one that the OSCE's role through the Representative's Office monitoring and dialogue remains genuinely valuable. Another challenge that I would like to mention is the rapid evolution of artificial intelligence and digital platforms, which have profoundly reshaped the information ecosystem, and not always, as we all know, for the better. While these technologies have expanded expanded access to information and created new opportunities for communication, they have also accelerated the spread of misinformation, disinformation, and manipulated content on an unprecedented scale. This requires continuous efforts and cooperation. Looking ahead, four priorities stand out for me. First, the safety of journalists, online and offline, must remain a concrete, measurable commitment, not a rhetorical one. Second, media pluralism and ownership transparency are prerequisites for informed public debate. Without them, formal media freedom means little in practice. Third, media literacy needs sustained investment. An informed public is the strongest long-term defense against disinformation. And fourth, ethical journalism. And I see this as a real critical issue. In the age of disinformation and growing societal polarization, ethical journalism is more important than ever. Professional and responsible journalism, grounded in accuracy, impartiality, verification of facts, and respect for human dignity, plays a vital role in safeguarding public trust and strengthening democratic resilience. Ethical media helps citizens distinguish facts from manipulation, truth from biased or sponsored narratives, accuracy from complot theories. It contributes to informed public debates and fosters accountability and transparency in the broad public life. Therefore, supporting ethical journalism in the current complex information environment is not only a professional necessity, but it is also a democratic imperative. These are challenges none of us can address alone. Regional cooperation, precisely what this conference enables, is indispensable. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Albania's path to the European Union only reinforces our commitment to these values. We have worked hard and will continue to do so to enable an environment where free and independent journalism can genuinely thrive, where media freedom is protected, sustained, and renewed every day. Because a safer and more enabling environment for journalists and media professionals is a direct contribution to a better society and a more healthy democracy. This is what we want for ourselves. This is one for our society and for our country. As Benjamin Franklin has said, and I quote, "Without freedom of thought, there can be no such thing as wisdom, and no such thing as public liberty without freedom of speech." This is as accurate today as it was then. I wish you a productive discussion and every success in your deliberations, and thank you for making me part of this.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. Thank you for your kind words, for welcoming you to your beautiful countries and for highlighting safety, pluralism, media literacy, ethical journalism, and some of the pillars of a democratic society and what we will be discussing in the coming days. Next, I would like to invite to the floor a person who is well known to this country and spent quite some time here, and is our host for today, OSCE Representative on Freedom of the Media, Ambassador Jan Bratu. Please, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, and a very special greeting to Minister of Foreign Affairs, Hoja, Ambassador Huber, Michel Tirana, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Very warm welcome to the 11th Southeast Europe Media Conference, and it is a special pleasure for me to open this year's conference here in Tirana, and to welcome all of you, friends, partners, and colleagues from across Southeast Europe and beyond, here to Tirana. I'd like to begin by thanking you for joining us once again. Your presence here reflects a shared commitment to a fundamental principle, namely that free, independent, and safe journalism is essential for our societies. As the Foreign Minister said, it is a democratic imperative. Let me also express my sincere appreciation to our colleagues in the OSCE field operations across the region. Your work on the ground in complex and challenging environments is indispensable to advancing media freedom and supporting journalists in their daily work. I'd also like to thank my team, our interpreters, and all those working behind the scenes that make this conference possible. Now, over the years, this conference has become more than an annual gathering. It has evolved as a space for exchange of views, practical learning, regional cooperation, and not the least, networking. Each year, we've addressed the key dimension of the media landscape, always with the same objective: to better understand the challenges facing media professionals and to work together through a multi-stakeholder approach to develop viable, practical solutions. Last year, we focused on media viability, on the conditions necessary for journalism to thrive and remain independent in the long term. This year, we take a broader perspective with the same theme, or with the theme, strengthening journalism as a public good. And this is a natural progression, because without viability, journalism cannot endure. But without the recognition of journalism as a public good, there will not be the necessary societal and political support for its democratic function. Journalism is a public good because its value extends beyond those who produce it or consume it directly. It informs public debate, it enables accountability, it strengthens democratic resilience, and it helps societies navigate complexity and uncertainty. It should go without saying that a diverse, pluralistic, independent, and ethical media forms the very foundation for journalism as a public good. Ladies and gentlemen, media freedom is not a perk of democracy. It's not a luxury byproduct of democratic governance. It is not an optional component of open societies. It is a necessary precondition for such societies. Indeed, can there be democracy without independent journalism and free media? Question. The answer is no. And this is not simply my opinion. It is the result of deep consideration by individuals far more intelligent and thoughtful than myself over centuries. This is not modern, or dare I say, woke impressionism. Indeed, it was recognized in such seminal documents as the American Constitution and the Bill of Rights that have influenced constitutional thinking and principles worldwide. Yesterday was Norway's Constitution Day. The Norwegian Constitution of 1814 is to a very large extent based precisely on the American Constitution and the Bill of Rights. It's difficult to underestimate the influence of the principles enunciated in the documents mentioned. And already in June 1789, James Madison introduced a number of amendments to the Constitution in order to underscore and protect fundamental rights. These 17 amendments, reduced to 12, later ratified as 10 in 1791, became the Bill of Rights. And Madison's first draft went as follows, and I quote, "The people shall not be deprived or abridged of their right to speak, to write, or to publish their sentiments, and the freedom of the press as one of the great bulwarks of liberty shall be inviolable," unquote. This is from 1791, ladies and gentlemen. This is not new thinking. This is well-considered, principled thinking. And it was, Madison argued, and I quote again, "To the press alone, checkered as it is with abuses, the world is indebted for all triumphs which have been gained by reason and humanity over error and oppression," unquote. And Madison was not alone in spearheading the importance of a free press. His colleague, Thomas Jefferson, wrote in 1786 that, and again I quote, "Our liberty depends on the freedom of the press, and that cannot be limited without being lost," unquote. And more, "If a nation expects to be ignorant and free, it expects what never was and never will be." 1786, folks. Just as important today. Ignorance does not lead to freedom. It leads to the opposite for all of us. Now, Jefferson believed in the necessity of a free press as a watchdog to keep citizens informed and involved in government affairs. But he also contended that the press had an obligation to accuracy in reporting. In Jefferson's words, "Since truth and reason have maintained their ground against false opinions in league with false facts, the press confined to truth needs no other legal restraint." The press confined to truth. Thus, it was recognized long ago that the press indeed was the fourth estate and a vital component in a democratic system of republican governance. Yet in our times, these principles seem no longer to be widely understood or accepted, and this is a problem. So here we are today. Democracies depend on an informed citizenry to function. The freedom of the press is the backbone of democracy and brings transparency and accountability to government. One might even go so far as to say that it exists to keep government transparent and, let me quote, "the human instruments of government honest." And that is a likely reason why Madison put freedom of speech and freedom of the press in the very first amendment. If we can't speak out, if we can't challenge those in power, there is no guaranteeing any of the other rights that follow. Freedom of the press is the foundation of democracy and justice in all countries. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is why journalism is a public good. However, the conditions that allow journalism to fulfill this role are under increasing pressure. We witness a rapidly changing information environment, one shaped by technological transformation, economic strain, and evolving security threats. Digital platforms and artificial intelligence are reshaping how information is produced, distributed, and consumed. While they bring opportunities for innovation and reach, they also disrupt established norms and business models and raise important questions about editorial independence, ethics, and the sustainability of public interest journalism. At the same time, polarization is deepening across, I dare say, all our societies, to a lesser or greater extent. Trust in institutions, including the media, is under strain. And journalists themselves are facing growing risks, ranging from online violence, very often gendered, to legal and political pressure and physical attacks. We must be clear about what this means. When journalism is weakened, the consequences are not limited to the media sector. They affect the quality of public discourse, the ability to hold power to account, and the overall resilience of democratic institutions and our common security. And this is why strengthening journalism as a public good is, in my view, not optional, it is essential. And it is precisely what brings us together here over the next 2 days. I believe it is particularly important that we open our discussions with a keynote address by Tamara Filipovic, Secretary General of the Independent Association of Journalists of Serbia, NUNS, on the safety of journalists in Serbia, current trends and patterns. Her contribution will no doubt provide important insights into the realities journalists face in Serbia and help ground our discussions in some concrete experience. And ladies and gentlemen, what takes place in Serbia today can affect all neighbors in the time to come. Our discussions will also focus naturally on the safety of journalists, because without safety, there can be no free journalism, no true media freedom. We will look at accountability mechanisms and the need to ensure that attacks and threats against journalists do not go unpunished. We will also examine ethical journalism in times of polarization, recognizing the critical role of professional standards in maintaining trust and quality journalism. We will also address digital surveillance and its implications for journalists' rights, seeking to better understand how to balance security considerations with fundamental freedoms. And the balance must be found. We will also turn our attention to the well-being of journalists, including mental health, an issue that has all too often been overlooked, yet is vital for the sustainability of the profession itself. In addition, we shall explore media ownership transparency in practice, highlight the vital role and methods of investigative journalism through concrete case studies, and develop practical guidance for the regional implementation of my office's policy manual on safeguarding media freedom in the age of big tech and AI. Importantly, we shall also look at media and information literacy, because strengthening journalism also means strengthening the capacity of audiences to engage with information critically and also responsibly. What I find particularly important about the conference is its practical focus. This is not only a forum for discussion, it's a working space. A space to share experiences, to identify what works, but also what doesn't work, based on experience, to learn from each other, and to develop approaches that can be applied in different national contexts. And each national context is specific, but we can nonetheless learn from each other. There is no one-size-fits-all approach or solution. Each solution must be tailored to the society, the culture, the country in question. But we can learn from each other. It requires also that we work together, strengthen cooperation between governments and media, between institutions and civil society, and across borders throughout this region. It also requires that the commitments made within the OSCE framework on media freedom and freedom of expression are upheld. And as Foreign Minister mentioned, upheld with consistency. I think this is a key term, upheld with consistency. Since the 1975 Helsinki Final Act, the principles of freedom of expression and media freedom have been expanded and strengthened in a number of decisions taken at OSCE summits of heads of state or government and meetings of the Ministerial Council. All these decisions have been taken on the basis of consensus. When we speak of consensual decisions today in the OSCE, we speak of decisions agreed to by all 57 participating states. Each participating state has, in effect, a veto. The fact that these commitments have been made by all 57 form a basis on which to work further and to request, indeed to more than request, consistency in their application. The existing OSCE human dimension commitments on the right to freedom of expression and freedom of the media also reaffirm both the role of journalists in promoting reciprocal understanding between our nations, the importance of the free flow of information across borders, the right of the public to access information, and not the least, the promotion of safety of journalists throughout the OSCE region. The landmark 2018 Ministerial Council decision on the safety of journalists, agreed under the Italian chairpersonship, further reiterates that independent media are essential to a free and open society. but it also importantly recognizes that the work of journalists can put them, their family members, at risk of violence as well as of intimidation and harassment, which can deter journalists from continuing their work and actually also lead to self-censorship. Participating states have an obligation to facilitate media freedom and the safety of journalists in their respective countries. It is also the mandated task of the representative on freedom of the media to observe media developments in all 57 participating states, not just in some, but in all, and to assume an early warning function and to provide rapid response in strengthening implementation of OSCE principles and commitments. That is what we are doing. The expertise gathered in this room from across Southeast Europe and beyond represents a powerful resource. The exchange of ideas and experiences over the next 2 days has the potential not only to inform, but I hope to inspire approaches to the challenges that confront media outlets and journalists throughout the region and actually beyond. Because none of the topics that we will be discussing these next 2 days are unique to Southeast Europe. We find them across the OSCE region, from the Nordic region to Central Asia. To varying extents, admittedly, but still, the issues are still there. So, let me close. What we're talking about today are not woke impressionism. These are principles. The principles matter, and we need to ensure their application consistently and thoroughly, because if we don't, ladies and gentlemen, we will not have democracies as we would like to have it. We will end up in a place where I believe none of us want to go. The foreign minister mentioned the experience of this country over some 4 decades plus. Nobody wants to go back there. And the freedom of expression, freedom of the media is a vital element in sustaining our democracies. We have to work on this together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and thank you for highlighting the importance of media freedom for democracy. And next, in representation of the OSCE chair, which this year is held by Switzerland, I am honored to invite to the stage Her Excellency Ruth Huber, Ambassador of Switzerland to Albania. Your Excellency.
Dear Minister Ferit Hoxha, dear Representative on Freedom of the Media, Ambassador Bratu, dear Ambassador Tarrant, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to all of you. I'm honored to represent Switzerland in its capacity as the 2026 OSCE Chair at this important event. The Southeast Europe Media Freedom Conferences, organized by the Office of the OSCE Representative on Freedom of the Media, have become a central forum for promoting dialogue among journalists and media professionals from the region. Such spaces are essential in times of growing challenges for journalism and media freedom. The latest edition of the World Press Freedom Index shows that journalism in Southeastern Europe faces a difficult environment. Its role as a public good is severely undermined by economic pressure, political capture, and threats and attacks against journalists. These challenges are not unique to the region. Freedom of expression has declined drastically worldwide over the past 25 years. This is concerning, as free and independent media are a cornerstone of democracy. They strengthen citizens' trust in institutions, uphold the accountability of elected representatives, and support the fight against corruption. In Switzerland, a country with direct democracy and 4 national languages, public service media play a key role in informing the public and enhancing social cohesion. Recognizing the role of free and independent media in democratic societies, Switzerland attaches great importance to the promotion of freedom of expression at the international and regional levels. As part of its international cooperation, Switzerland supports a number of media projects in the Western Balkans aimed at strengthening independent media actors and contributing to a more enabling media environment. These projects seek to empower citizens with reliable information, foster informed public discourse, and strengthen democratic accountability. The OSCE is also an important actor in this context. Through its field operations and autonomous institutions, it supports participating states in upholding their commitments on media freedom and journalists' safety. Ladies and gentlemen, as chair of OSCE, Switzerland is committed to supporting this work. One concrete example was last month's meeting in Bern of the national focal points for the safety of journalists, a network established by the Office of the OSCE Representative on Freedom of the Media. In the same spirit, just last week, the Swiss chairpersonship co-organized the second supplementary human dimension meeting with the Office of the Representative on Freedom of the Media. The meeting focused on safeguarding civic space in the digital age, including by addressing digital threats faced by journalists and human rights defenders. I would like to close with a quote from Chairman in Office, Mr. Ignacio Cassis, on the occasion of the World Press Freedom Day. He said, "Journalists help societies to orient themselves, to distinguish what is true from what is plausible, and to form informed opinions. Media freedom is a cornerstone of democracy, and it comes with responsibility. Reliable information is the basis of trust, and trust is the basis of democracy." In this spirit, I wish you all an inspiring and enriching conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador, and thank you for the support that Switzerland is giving to the representative on freedom of the media and to the overall issue of freedom of expression. And next, with immense gratitude for the support provided to the organization of this conference, I would like to invite Ambassador Michael Tirana, head of the OSCE presence in Albania, to the stage. Ambassador, thank you.
Dear Ambassador Brathu, dear Jan, Your Excellency Ambassador Hubert, dear Ruth, dear colleagues, ambassadors, representatives of the diplomatic community, dear colleagues, distinguished guests. It's a real pleasure to welcome all of you in Tirana for this year's Southeast Europe Media Conference, organized by the OSCE Representative of Freedom of the Media. And I would like to thank you, dear Jan, and your team for the excellent organization. And first of all, I would like to thank you for choosing again Tirana for this conference. It's a real pleasure and honor for us to welcome you together with our Albanian counterparts. I'm glad to see such a broad group of participants that gathered here today. Journalists, media experts, regulators, civil society organizations representatives, policymakers, and OSCE colleagues from across the region. This excellent mix of perspectives and experience will enrich the conference in the next 2 days. The theme of the conference is very timely. Journalism is not only a profession or an industry. Journalism, first of all, serves the public. It helps people understand complex developments, hold institutions accountable, and take part in informed democratic debate. Public information spaces across Europe and beyond are being reshaped rapidly and profoundly. The places where citizens once gathered around a relatively common set of facts are fragmenting into thousands of parallel realities, driven by algorithms, accelerated by artificial intelligence, and increasingly vulnerable to manipulation. Across the OSCE region, as you said, and particularly through the work of the OSCE field operations in Southeast Europe and the representative of freedom of media, we see how deeply these challenges are shared. While contexts may differ from one place to another, the pressure, as you said, dear Bradwell, are shared, are strikingly similar. Declining trust in institutions, information manipulation, reduced media pluralism, online hate speech, attacks on journalists, and growing uncertainty about what information can be trusted. These are not isolated national issues, but regional challenges with regional consequences. This is precisely why cooperation matters, as no institution can address them alone. The response must be collective, coordinated, and grounded in democratic principles. The OSCE's field operations across Southeast Europe, working together with our colleagues in Vienna, are uniquely positioned to contribute to this effort by supporting media freedom, strengthening media literacy, building institutional resilience, supporting legal and policy frameworks, and fostering dialogue across communities and borders. But perhaps most importantly, they remind us that security today is not only about territory or infrastructure. It is also about the integrity of the information spaces in which citizens form opinions, participate in public life, and make democratic choices. Let me briefly turn your attention to Albania, where the OSCE presence is mandated to support a free and fact-based media environment. Allow me to highlight some positive developments I have witnessed since assuming my role as head of this presence 2 years ago. The General Directorate of State Police has established a journalist safety focal point, which, along with several legislative amendments, represents an important step towards strengthening the protection of media professionals. I would encourage continued close attention, together with the relevant authorities, to ensure prompt and effective follow-up on all cases affecting journalists. There have been continued steps toward aligning the media and information environment with international standards, including efforts to improve regulatory frameworks and address long-standing governance challenges. In this context, media ownership transparency requirements have been strengthened, and I trust that the Audiovisual Media Authority will implement these provisions in the spirit in which they were adopted. The media community in Albania, while not large in number, is knowledgeable, active, and plays a vital role in public discourse. It is therefore essential that their voices continue to be heard, engaged, and meaningfully included in policy discussions. Importantly, in 2025, national authorities identified as one of their objectives the integration of media and information literacy into the official education curricula. This is a significant and forward-looking step which the OSCE presence in Albania is actively supporting in cooperation with relevant institutions and partners. While these developments are encouraging, challenges to media freedom in Albania remain and merit continued attention. These include concerns related to the safety of journalists, economic pressures affecting the sustainability of independent media, and online intimidation and smear campaigns. Further efforts are also needed to strengthen transparency, editorial independence, and the consistent implementation of legal protections, while supporting conditions that enable journalists to adhere to the high standards of professional, ethical, and impartial reporting. Continued constructive engagement of all actors will be essential to address these issues in line with Albania's democratic commitments and international standards. The Presence will continue to work towards a stronger media environment, and I look forward to the coming 2 days as an opportunity to focus on what works, to learn from one another's experience, and to turn shared challenges into shared solutions, in support of greater media freedom across our region. And let me add a final word to thank all the organizers of this important meeting. First of all, of course, the RFoM's team in Vienna, but also the Democratization Department of OSCE presence in Albania. We're particularly happy to welcome colleagues from the other OSCE field operations in the region. As the minister said, those of you who have not been here for several years will notice the changes. It's a city which is a very dynamic, active, joyful, and young city, and sometimes sunny, most of the time sunny city. So we are most of you welcome here, and we really look forward to work together those 2 coming days. Thank you again.
Thank you, Ambassador. And, thank you to all the opening speakers once again. You've all highlighted the importance of safety of journalists. That has, like, attacks against journalists take many different shapes, and I therefore glad to invite to the stage our keynote speaker for today, Tamara Filipovic, who is the Secretary General of the Independent Association of Journalists of Serbia, NUNS. Tamara has been with NUNS since 2010, and she's been serving as Secretary General since 2020. And she also coordinates the Regional Safe Journalist Network, which is a coalition of journalist associations and media organizations across the Western Balkans. Tamara, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Dear ambassadors, dear ministers, distinguished guests, and dear colleagues, good afternoon, and it is an honor to speak today not only as a Secretary General of Independent Journalist Association or coordinator of Safe Journalist Network, but also on behalf of many journalists in my country who continue to do their work under growing pressure, fear, and uncertainty. I titled this speech after one question that was raised at our regional conference 2 weeks before when Serbia was discussed: how the system is collapsed. I believe that this question best captures where Serbia stands today when it comes to the safety of journalists. Because what we are witnessing is not a series of or isolated incident, it is a temporary deterioration. It is the collapse of mechanisms that are supposed to prevent attacks, protect journalists, investigate threats, and ensure accountability. This is also reflected in Journalist Safety Index for 2025 for Serbia. The index measured 4 areas: legal environment, process, prevention, and actual attacks. Serbia has the lowest score in among 7 Western Balkan countries, 2.24 on a scale from 1 to 7, where 1 represents a country where journalists are killed or disappear, while 7 represent a country of stability where journalists can work freely without any kind of pressure. Scores between 2 and 3 fall into the negative domain. We have been measuring this since 2020, and unfortunately, Serbia have never crossed the threshold of 3. For 2 years, we came closer to it, but then we dropped back in the middle to the range 2, and now, regrettably, we are moving closer and closer to 1. The broader data confirm the same trend. Our association among Safe Journalist Network recorded 313 cases in 2025, while we recorded 131 in 2024. In the 4 last months, or first months of 2026, we recorded 118 incidents, including 38 actual attacks. International monitoring also shows the same deterioration. Mapping Media Freedom recorded 208 cases in Serbia in 2025, placing Serbia at the very top in the Europe by the scale of documented risk for journalists. There is several patterns behind these numbers. First, violence has intensified, and it has become more physical, more direct, and more public. A particularly disturbing moment came on the local election day at the end of March this year. The level of violence against journalists that day was unprecedented. Multiple obstructions and physical attacks against journalists were documented in municipalities across Serbia, while they were reporting in the public interest and were clearly identified as members of the press. And yet, nearly 2 months later, in 6 most serious cases involving physical attacks on journalists, including attacks so severe that based on the testimonies of the journalists who survived them, they may be described as an attempt of killings. The perpetrators still have not been identified. The first step taken, especially by the prosecution, seemed encouraging to us as a community. We still hope that these cases will reach a judicial outcome, but hope cannot replace accountability. When attacks of this gravity remain unresolved for weeks and months, the message sent to journalists is devastating. Second, the police have increasingly become a source of danger for journalists rather than source of protection. This is one of the most serious changes which happened in the context of Serbia. We are no longer speaking about passive failure to act. We are speaking about a situation in which police officers are present during attacks and do not intervene, and also about cases in which police themselves use force against journalists covering protests and public events. According to the prosecutorial data, in 2020-24, they recorded 46 cases involving safety of journalists, and in 34 of them, the police failed to act on prosecution's orders. In 2025, the prosecution recorded 140 cases, and in 50 of them, the police did not proceed in accordance with the prosecutorial instructions. This is why we say clearly, police have become one of the key sources of risk for journalists in Serbia. Third, attacks do not begin in the street. They begin in language. Serbia has seen a massive expansion of smear campaign, discrediting and dehumanizing rhetoric directed at critical or professional journalists and media. According to data collected by Slavko Ćurovije Foundation from 1st of August 2025 to 31st of March 2026, there were at least 1,257 verbal insults by senior state officials against critical journalists and media outlets. At least 46 high public officials participated in such attacks. Journalists and media were labeled as traitors, foreign mercenaries, terrorists, fascists, enemies of the state, and you can imagine what else. These campaigns are not confined to tabloids or fringe actors. They are amplified on the television station with national coverage and by the highest office holders in the country. One of the most recent and most disturbing examples is the targeting of Veran Matić through so-called documentary produced by Center for Civil Stability, widely broadcast on pro-government television channels as a part of broader propaganda and stigmatization campaign that seriously endangers his safety. Then gender-based violence is also one of the essential parts of the picture, and it must not be overlooked. In Serbia, women journalists are increasingly targeted with threats containing misogynic and sexualized elements, particularly on social networks. They are insulted, degraded, and threatened not only as professionals, but as women, and very often their children and family members are dragged into the abuse as well. Its purpose is not just to intimidate, but to shame, exhaust, and push them out of the public space. Fourth, legal pressures remain a serious tool for silencing journalists. SLAPP lawsuits continue to be used as a form of intimidation and exhaustion. The number of newly recorded SLAPP cases was lower in 2025 than in previous period, but just in last month, in April, we got 2 new cases with characteristics of SLAPP directed against 1 newsroom and 1 journalist, rather, and Vuk Cvić, the investigated award-winning journalist. It is important to stress that Vuk Cvić is not only a target of the SLAPP cases, he is also one of the journalists in Serbia most frequently exposed to physical attacks, and for those attacks as well, no one has been held accountable to this day. That fact alone says that great deal about the state of impunity in Serbia. Another growing threat comes from digital surveillance. Spyware is now a real danger. There has already been one confirmed compromise and at least 3 unsuccessful attempts to target journalist phones. Criminal complaints have been filed, but there is still no any kind of epilogue. This adds another layer to climate of insecurity in which journalists in Serbia are forced to work. And impunity is, in fact, the key word. Last year, despite the highest number of recorded cases since the systematic monitoring began, only 3 convictions were secured for attacks for journalists. At the same time, many cases remained in evidence-gathering phase, while around 30 criminal complaints were dismissed. More than half of them through official notes that effectively actually prevent injured parties from using legal remedies. When journalists see that attacks are not punished, that threats are normalized, and that institutions react slowly or selectively, the result is predictable: fear, self-censorship, and deep mistrust in the system. The same pressure exists in the digital sphere more broadly. Online threats have become routine. Coordinated bot campaigns, fake reporting of journalists and media accounts, hacking attempts, and DDoS attacks against media outlets increasingly serve to obstruct reporting and limit the reach of independent media. These pressures are particularly dangerous because they combine intimidation with censorship and are often difficult to trace and sanction. And let me end with one fact that speaks louder than any statistic. Impunity for the killings of journalists in Serbia is absolute. We had 3 killings in the last 32 years and 1 attempt of killings. And not a single person is found guilty. And when CSOs publicly react to such injustice, then they face a new pressure. Like our colleagues for Slavko Ćuruvija Foundation, we just got the judgment against them to pay about 10,000 euros because they were reporting and they were criticizing the final acquittal in the case of Slavko Ćuruvija murder. So when we ask how did the system collapse, the answer is this. It collapsed when public officials begin targeting journalists instead of protecting them. It collapsed when police started to pose a threat instead of ensuring safety. It collapsed when prosecutor opens cases but justice didn't follow. It collapsed when smear campaigns became normalized. And it collapsed when impunity became expected. This is why the safety of journalists is not a narrow professional issue. It is a democratic indicator. It tells us whether institutions still function in the public interest. It tells us where the rule of law exists in practice. And it tells us whether citizens will continue to have access to reliable information. What is needed now is not more declarative support. What is needed is an action. Immediate identification and prosecution of those who attack journalists. Clear institutional accountability for police inaction and police violence. Stronger protection from online threats, spyware, and abusive lawsuits. And an end to the public stigmatization of journalists by those in power. And let me end with one important fact. Despite all this, journalists in Serbia continue to work. They work in survival mode, but they continue to work professionally, courageously, and with remarkable quality. This week, we presented the award for investigative journalism and journalism in public interest. And the jury itself said that it had difficulty making the shortlist because in the last 10 years, there have rarely been so many strong and important journalistic pieces. That says something essential about the profession in Serbia today. Even under immense pressure, journalists continue to deliver work of the highest public value. Because journalists in Serbia are still doing their job, but they are doing it in environment where the cost of reporting is becoming dangerously high. And no democratic society can afford to accept that as normal. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tamara. Thank you for highlighting the challenges. Thank you for the work that you're doing, your engagement. And at a recent event in Vienna at the OSCE, a colleague from Serbia, Serbian journalist, also said, you know, journalists should not be expected to be heroes. And this is exactly what you have highlighted. As the stage is being prepared behind me, let me introduce our next panel. Our executive conversation on journalism in a fragmented global news environment. And I would like to invite to the stage Durata Čupi, an Albanian legal expert and media executive currently serving as CEO and General Director of Focus Media News, overseeing outlets including News 24 and Gazeta Shqiptare. She previously served for nearly a decade as a member of parliament for the Democratic Party of Albania. Olta Blateri is an Albanian journalist and a political correspondent with more than 20 years of experience in television media. She currently works for Vision Plus, covering political and current affairs. And finally, Sebastian Ramsbeck is a Swiss journalist who has worked for various media organizations in Switzerland and abroad, including the German news magazine Der Spiegel. Today, he is the international correspondent of Switzerland national broadcaster SRF, covering geopolitics, and an anchor of SRF foreign affairs program, SRF Global. Thank you so much for being with us today. So we'll try to go a little bit more in depth in what has been the many challenges that have been mentioned by our opening speakers, and try to understand what it means to do journalism to treat journalism as a public good. And maybe just to set the stage, I would like to ask each one of you, what does public interest journalism means to you? What is the journalism that promote the public interest? Just very briefly, if ever possible. Olta, thank you. Do we have no next from Michael? Mike?
It's okay.
Greetings, I'm Olta Blateri. I work as a political journalist for more than 20 years now. And when we speak about journalism as public good, the world is changing very, very fast. We had the challenge of social media, online different networks. Now we have the challenge of AI. And whenever I have a challenge, I have a question about what is the work of a journalist, I try to think, what do the people want to see when they read news or when they watch the news? Briefly, the job of the journalist is to tell the people the truth. It is to keep people accountable, the decision makers, and this is a little bit hard to be done in Albanian. Furthermore, the work of the journalist, it is to bring all the facts to the people about different events, about anything. All the facts so the people can make informed based decisions. Hence, journalism is a public good. Thank you, Barbara.
Thank you, Olta. Thank you very much. And next, I'll go to you, Dorata. What is public interest journalism for you?
Thank you. First, allow me to thank and to congratulate you for organizing this event. I would like to express my remarks to the OSCE ambassador. Furthermore, the Swiss ambassador, the OSCE ambassador in Tirana. I feel honored to be here among you, to be invited from you. And I feel humbled for the organization of this high-level event here in Tirana. to discuss on the different problems of the media, the different attacks against the media, and the way how we need to behave towards the journalists and media in general. It's very important, as the ambassadors mentioned. We are in a critical moment of behavior towards the media, and such meetings, they serve the public. Second, news, media. Media, it is the bridge that connects the public with the news. I recall when there was a professor and he was discussing with the students and he said, if news happen and they are not broadcasted in the media, then such news did not happen. I'm saying that to point out the importance of the news. I recall that news existed in society, it was written in stone, the information, and then later on, in the traditional media, the radio and television, whereas now it has been digitalized and news comes from all shapes and forms. The traditional media informs the public, educates the public, influences the public, and what's the most important thing, it is to monitor. The media needs to monitor the three other pillars, because we are the fourth pillar. And for me, it is the most important one. What is considered as something fundamental of democratic societies, it is the assistance that the media gives to the citizens in order to inform them and to participate in the public life, to denounce the other powers when the truth lies, to denounce corruption, to denounce different affairs, and so on and so forth, to denounce the use of public funds, to denounce the non-respect of the law by the different political participants. Hence, I highlight it's very important to have independent media, to have transparent media. Media that does not have a certain line with the opposition or with the government, but it is rather sticks to informing the publicly fair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And we'll also then discuss how we can make sure that the media can fulfill that function indeed. To you, Sebastian, what does public interest media mean to you?
Thank you very much for you hear me? Yes, I think so. For the invitation, it's a real pleasure to be here in Albania, this beautiful country. I mean, I would agree with everything that has been said. I don't want to repeat everything. I think what is important for me is that public interest journalism really starts with the public, so with the people. So I think good journalists are always, most of all, advocates for the viewers, the listeners, the readers, which means they try to really always ask the question, what is really of interest for the people, what is like affecting people's life, and they try to find out what is reality in all its facets, in all its sides, also maybe the sides that are not your own aspect that you would maybe highlight first. It's also, of course, then the task of good journalism and public interest in journalism to defend facts and proper sensitive analysis against prejudices, opinion. That's also part of public interest journalism, and also to put into questions common narratives that can be also something that, of course, has to be addressed by journalism. And this sounds all very obvious, but I think in most of the times, to be very honest, in all different countries, we were talking and will talk about this morning, the reality often is something different, because journalism often is shaped by many, many different other interests, like commercial interests, like what other media outlets are doing is something that is very important in daily life, I think. Then also, of course, political pressure, we've heard a lot about that, but also political correctness, a big issue in Western society, ideology of maybe the newsroom or journalists. So these are all things that should not shape, but shape, I think, in reality, what is journalistic output. So public interest journalism should, in the interest of journalism, and even more so in times of AI, algorithms, all these problems and challenges we've talked about, I think it's time more than ever to do this kind of journalism.
Thank you. Let me stay with you. And you mentioned the algorithms and the big tech, social media platforms, and so on. indeed the discourse on the social media platform seems to be increasingly polarized, increasingly based on hate. Do you see a role for journalism there? Can journalism do anything to counter this discourse? Should it even?
I think we should take it as an opportunity and as a chance rather than as a, I mean, of course it's a challenge, it's a problem, and then we will talk about it more in detail, I think, but I think for us, and of course, I mean, I'm from a publicly funded media organization, so I'm in a privileged situation that, I mean, the finances are not number one issue for us, but I think it's even more our task to really take polarization as a challenge, not only, but also as an opportunity to do the journalism between the poles, between this kind of, in this polarized world. And I really believe that polarization is a fact, it's true, but I think it's something that is more present in the public area, like in what is published. When I talk to people, because I often go out also to panels or on political topics, not so much on media, but on political topics. If I talk to or I get emails from viewers, or people approach me on the street, and I think that most of the people are not too much in this polarized logic. They are really interested in different arguments. They may be on the right wing or on the left wing, but they also see other arguments. But it's more a phenomenon in the social media and also in the political sphere that you have this polarization. And I think media should take that as not only a challenge, but as an opportunity and as a chance to do exactly what many people want, like accurate information, giving different perspectives, different opinions, best arguments from each side, and most of all, of course, the facts.
And being in contact with people, as you said. So
Yes.
really understanding what is the mood in society.
Absolutely.
Walter, let me come to you. Before we were talking, you mentioned that in Albania, society feels very polarized. And this is obviously not good for democracy. And do you see a role for journalism in countering this polarization that you see in society? And if yes, how?
Albania is a polarized society. However, we are seeing the recent developments in the world, and Albania is not the only polarized country in the world, because we see many societies in Europe and the US that are still polarized. Can the journalism help in facing polarization in society? Yes, it can. Are we doing it in Albania? In some cases we try, in some cases we fail, very often we don't. If we become spokesperson of propaganda of political parties, of institutions, we do not help society in combating polarization. There's also another issue in the recent years. The citizens do not believe in the media. The Council of Regional Cooperation does a poll, the Balkan Barometer. And in the poll of 2024, 6,000 citizens were asked by the 6 countries of the Western Balkans. They were asked, what are the institutions that you do not trust? And the 3 key ones were the parliament, the political parties, and the media. The people do not trust the media, and this is a problem for us. No matter the mission that we try to do, no matter the news that we try to convey, we have this issue. And in Albania, the problem is more specific, because 63% of the Albanian citizens do not believe that media is independent from politics. So first, we have to resolve the problem of people trusting us. And this is a problem that requires time and a lot of effort from our side. How can we resolve it? Things are quite simple. We should not become spokespersons of the different political parties. We cannot become spokespersons of propaganda. We need to go more in depth while we report. We need to listen to people more. That what kind of information do they want to get? Not what kind of information the politics want to convey to them. And we turn back to our main work. We need to report facts. We need to help citizens to do well-informed decisions, and we need to try to tell the truth and to keep our leaders accountable. In Albania, it's very difficult to do it. However, we need to try at least. At least.
I like very much that you all feel that the focus of journalism should be on the people. These are our beneficiaries, if you want. So trust in the media, you mentioned something really important, credibility, trust in the media. and we get there in a moment to do what I would call good journalism, not being a spokesperson for something else, some political party, from political interest and so on. I have a question for you, Dorota. Are we reaching the audiences? Are we successful? There is a lot of noise out there. There is a lot of noise online. There is an excess of information. We say, are we able to reach the audiences?
Thank you for the question. It's interesting. In this time of general noise, I feel fine and I'm honored to represent News 24. It's a TV channel that provides information. I'm happy to represent the most clicked portal and the most trusted one, Balkan Web. And to be ironic, I would say that the media I lead are seen and trusted by the public because of the pressure, political pressures, because being attacked by all parties, citizens have it as a point of reference to get real information. So this is the media that provides real information, transparent information. We have a group of extraordinary journalists. They are brave. So making real media and journalism wants you to be brave. And our media is clicked because of the constant political attacks. And it's been a year since it was blocked by the government. News 24 is constantly providing investigative information to serve the public transparently, with courage, and without compromise by any political pressure. And I think this media that I lead has the maximum trust of the public.
Let me ask the same question to you, Sebastian. I mean, the public service broadcaster needs to be impartial, is based on certain ethical journalistic values, and trust is core of it. And we know that the public also supports the public service broadcaster. We have seen it in the recent referendum. How do you get to this trust? How do you get the credibility?
Well, I think what is important, I don't know if we are doing it always to the good extent, probably not, but not always. I think self-criticism is something very important, and it's probably the weakest spot of all of us. It's the weakest spot in many professions, for doctors and lawyers and politicians, and also for journalists. I think, of course, we make mistakes. I mean, we make little mistakes in maybe facts that are not accurate, but also then sometimes maybe the judgment on a particular issue was not 100% correct, or maybe in the retrospect we find that maybe 3 years after we will maybe report a little bit different about it. And I think what is really lacking in most media outlets is like the will and the courage to talk about that, you know, and to maybe just make the fact-checking of the own information, and also allow a debate with the public. Sometimes we do that, for example, at SRF. What do you think? And then also people can be very critical and very harsh about our reporting, and I think that is very important, and that really is good for the trust of the audience. Because I think also when we go to social media, of course we have this benefit, for example, of our brand, but it's very dangerous to think that our brand itself is like trustworthy. I mean, there is something behind, and I remember there was an internal discussion when we started to be more present also with SRF on TikTok and Instagram, and then there was this discussion, how are we trustworthy on these new platforms? And then one opinion inside was like, because we are SRF, but that's truly not enough, I think. We have to earn trust every day, and this is by humble, good journalism, which is also self-critical about what is reporting himself.
Maybe just a very fast follow-up question. Yes, exactly. You are present on the platforms, on the big tech platforms. How do you get the visibility that you need? how do you ensure that the information that you put out there is actually read by the people? Or are you getting the visibility?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I'm not too much like into all the figures, but I think we are quite successful. We try to be everywhere. Of course, we are a very famous brand in Switzerland because SRF in the German-speaking part of Switzerland is probably the most known media brand, and we are everywhere. We are on TikTok, we are on Insta. I think we start now with WhatsApp. We try to be everywhere, which is, I think, also our duty to be there. But it's a fight every day. Huh? You have to bring in your maybe conservative classic approach of journalism into these new platforms. It's always a compromise, and I mean this is also an internal discussion all the time because we see that some other forms of journalism would even maybe be more successful, but you have to find a good compromise. Life is always compromise. And I think it's possible. I will not be pessimistic about that. Yeah.
Wonderful. Let me turn to you, Alta. Is it possible to find the right compromise? What I mean is, there is clearly a close relationship between news outlets, journalism, and big tech platforms. There is, at the office of the Representative on Freedom of Media, the representative has been talking about even dependencies, which are problematic, which can be problematic. How do you see it in your experience? Can you get the visibility that you need on the platforms? Can you cut through the noise? And can you use what the platforms have to offer to the advantage of journalism?
The technology offers a lot of opportunities, from social platforms to artificial.
Ishte gazeta, ishte parsorja.
Sot the newspaper. Today,
Ka 63 televizione, më shumë se 700 portale online, por ka vetëm 3 gazeta dhe janë krejt parëndësishme në treg. Ato nuk ditën të përshtateshin, nuk ditën të shkonin fakt ke lexuesi i ri, dhe rrjedhimisht u zhdukën. Ne duhet mësojmë të përshtatemi në këtë kohë teknologjie. Si mund t'ja dalësh mban në gjithë këtë zhurmë? Është e vështirë, por duket pak si parull, duhet themi të vërtetën. Puna e gazetarit është diçka që nuk mund ta bëj askush. Është puna bazike, ti do shkosh do raportosh një protestë, ti do shohësh çfarë ndodh, ti do rish aty me orë tëra, ti do përballesh me gazin lotësiellës, me ujin, me ndoshta protestuese që janë të nxehur, dhe do raportosh, do përpiqesh të raportosh vetëm faktet. Dhe kjo kam përshtypjen që nëse ne bëjmë punën tonë gjithë ashtu siç duhet, njerëzit do të orientohen tek ne. Mirë, po sërish kthehemi ke gjëja bazë. Ne duhet fitojmë besimin e njerëzve. Nëse ne nuk arrim të fitojmë besimin e njerëzve, atëherë zëri ynë do të shuhet. Ajo që unë mendoj në lidhje me gjithë zhurmën e rrjeteve sociale, detyra jonë është vetëm t'ju themi njerëzve faktet. Detyra jonë nuk është t'ju themi njerëzve as çfarë të mendojnë, as si të reagojnë. Ky nuk është qëllimi ynë. Shqipëria ka qenë diktaturë për 45 vjet, unë kam lindur në diktaturë, dhe atëherë nuk kishte asgjë të tillë si mendimi i lirë, shpreha e lirë, shtypi i lirë. Kështu që liria për mua është shumë e rëndësishme. Ne kemi për detyrë t'ju themi njerëzve faktet, ne kemi për detyrë të raportojmë, dhe pastaj nuk është puna jonë mos se çfarë njerëzit, si zgjedhin njerëzit reagojnë. Njerëzit mund të jenë nxehur, njerëzit mund të duan të dëgjojnë. Dhe unë besoj që në punën tonë ka më shumë nevojë që ne t'i dëgjojmë njerëzit në sensin që çfarë dëshirojnë ata vërtet të dinë. Çfarë janë çështjet që ata dëshirojnë më shumë të kenë informacion. Dhe mund mendoj që mund të ndërtojmë një raport të drejtë në të ardhmen mes gazetarisë dhe njerëzve dhe kompanive të mëdha big tech. Faleminderit.
Yes. So building a closer relationship.
pra ndërtimi një lidhje të ngushtë është kyçi i gazetarisë së suksesshme. Dua ti të shoh nëse ka ndonjë pyetje, po kam edhe unë vetë një pyetje tjetër, para se të ishit në këtë biznes, ju keni qenë anëtare parlamentit dhe e dini se si operon, si vepron shteti, parlamenti, çfarë mund të bëjnë parlamentarët, institucionet shtetërore për të mbështetur gazetarin? Çfarë mund të bëjnë vërtet, sidomos në kontekstin e Shqipërisë?
Pyetja është shumë interesante sepse duke kaluar nga pushteti legjislativ në pushtetin e medias, natyrisht kam menduar që do ishte një hark i madh, por ja kam dalë në gjatë kësaj kohe, ja kam dalë për të parë me objektivitet edhe me seriozitet çfarë përfaqëson një media e pavarur dhe si duhet të jetë një media e pavarur, por nga ana tjetër për të bërë dhe një analizë të thellë të një mënyre të butë për t'ia arritur që media të jetë e pavarur, të jetë objektive dhe mbi të gjitha larg sulmeve politike. Barbara, më beso, ju vini nga një vend tjetër, por ne Shqipëria, por dhe vendet e rajonit, ne vim nga një traditë moniste, një diktaturë 50 vjeçare. Dhe termat e një lirie të medias, mediat pamvarur, po elaborohen vetëm në dekadat e fundit. Dhe natyrisht është e vështirë që të konsiderohet në Shqipëri apo në vendet e rajonit një demokraci ekselente, përderisa këto problemet medias diskutohen. Ne kishim përpara një gazetare nga Serbia, apo rastet e presionit politik në Shqipëri. Pushteti në vendin ton, por edhe në vendet e rajonit, e ka të vështirë ta pranoj që mund të ketë kundërshtar. Pra, pushteti politik e ka të vështirë ta pranoj që përveç, po themi, mazhorancës apo opozitës, ti ke kundërshtarin kryesor media. Dhe derisa të shlirohen pushtetarët apo politikanët nga ky mentalitet, ne do duhet punojmë fort. Punojmë fort nëpër media, punojmë fort nga organizatat ndërkombëtare, të punojmë fort me aleatët tanë, sidomos OSCE-ja është një nga bashkëpunëtorët dhe nga mbështetësit kryesor të lirisë medias, në mënyrë që ne të garantojmë ligje për t'i mbrojtur mediat, të garantojmë akte normative apo çdo, të themi, mas që mos të sulmohen gazetarët, mos të sulmohen mediat, dhe unë vi nga një eksperiencë ndoshta edhe tjetër ku disa media marrin favore nga pushteti, marrin tendera, koncesione, investime publike, dhe disa media për shkak të qëndrimeve tyre editoriale, që nuk ju pëlqejnë forcave politike, kanë përballen me masa represive sa i takon qasjes me pushtetin. Do duhet kemi ligje të forta për mbrojtjen e gazetarëve, do duhet kemi ligje të forta për transparencën dhe ligje të forta dhe mbështetjen e qeverisë për pushteti të vihet në dispozicion të gazetarëve, kur një gazetar kërkon të di dosjen e një prokurimi konkret, dosjen e një koncesioni, dosjen e një afere të një ministri apo të kryeministrit të radhës, të një deputeti apo një politikani të radhës, pra ata do duhet të jenë në dispozicion të punës investigative të gazetarëve. Faleminderit.
Thank you very much. So,
Faleminderit shumë. Shikoj se u përmendët të rëndësinë e kuadrit institucional dhe legjislativ, por megjithatë në mënyrë që ne të shkojmë aty të kemi nevojë dhe për një lloj mendësie nga klasa politike, e cila është kyç për të arritur gjitha këto, dhe po ashtu i përmendët edhe pjesën e gazetarisë, e cila duhet të plotësojë rolin e saj. Dhe duke shkuar dhe në çfarë tha Olta, duhet të shërbej publikut dhe të mos i shërbej interesave të tjera. Të shikoj pak nëse ka pyetje nga publiku. Shikoj një dorë aty të ngritur dhe një dorë të ngritur në fund. Nuk e di nëse ke mikrofon tjetër?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. My name is Elira Turdubayeva. I'm from Kyrgyzstan, media expert. My question is to all panelists. If journalism is a public good, should society treat it as an essential infrastructure of democracy and democratic society and support it through public funding? If so, how we can ensure that it will not compromise editorial independence?
Thank you for this. Let me take another.
Hello, I'm Vasko Petrevski from 360 Degrees from North Macedonia. To the ladies representing different media outlets from Albania. How do you finance yourself? So what are the main sources of financing your media operations? And how the advertisers, I believe that if not the whole, but part of your financing comes from commercial advertisers. How do they make their decision maybe linked to your editorial policies, and whether it is linked?
Thank you very much. So one more question, and then I'll go back to the panel.
Bila
Jata from Factoid et al. In fact, I had a little bit more personal question for Madam Chupi. Adding to Barbara's question, I would like to ask you, you were an MP of the Democratic Party. You also spoke about the political pressure of News 24, and we know, we are aware, we read it daily. My question is a little bit more personal. How has your perception changed for the media? When you were an MP, how did you see media? Now that you're CEO of an important media, has your perception changed about the media and how work is done in the media in Albania? This is my question. We want to understand the politics and the relationship between politics and the media. So is it politics or the media that is changing? Thank you.
Thank you. Sure, please.
Thank you for your questions. All three questions were very, very interesting. I'm going to respond for all three questions at once. Yes, I was an MP for around 9 years. I was also deputy chair at the Media Parliamentary Committee. And I can say that I had great relations with journalists. However, I never understood and trusted them until the moment I became CEO of News 24. And I feel in debt to many French journalists that I see in this room, because I never trusted them when they told me about their hardships, the challenges, when they told me that they stayed late at night to get a word from us after a parliamentary committee when we had many political clashes and arguments. So they stayed up to midnight to get an answer from us, and we all left. We didn't want to give a statement. And I'm also to be blamed here, together with my colleagues. I did not understand journalists, and now I have incredible respect to them. I appreciate them more. I've been part with your colleagues, with the colleagues of News 24. I appreciate the work that you're doing. And how much time has been wasted even during my political life regarding this direction. Now, when it comes to the marketing and the financing of the media, I would individualize that. I would speak about News 24 and Balkan Web. There are two media that are financed only through marketing, only through commercials. Apart from the continuous attacks, the shutting down of News 24 that I'm repeating, without wanting to act like a victim here, because my colleagues, if journalists could consider me colleagues, of course, they have not been victimized at any moment. The doors of News 24 were shut down. They stayed there in front of the doors and they organized interviews outside the building. Even though the doors were shut down, they just put a camera there, they organized broadcast, they broadcasted live. We never stopped our broadcasting. So we are financed only through commercials, only through marketing. We do not have public investments. We do not have strategic investments, we do not have concessions, we do not have tenders from the government. Of course, it's difficult. But I'm very proud to say that passion has prevailed. Professionalism has prevailed. Within our staff, we have well-known journalists who are recognized even abroad. They do proper investigative journalism. They stand in front of the truth to keep accountable the politicians. They go door to door into different institutions to ask for proof, evidence regarding tenders, concessions, affairs. They are always there. They are always there facing abuses and corruption. We are transparent media, and in my opinion, without wanting to hyperbolize ourselves, however, in this media market in Albania, I'm very proud to say that we are the most transparent and more objective media, and the one with the most viewers. Thank you.
Thank you, Dorota, for that. And then I turn to you, Alta. We spoke a lot this morning about the lack of transparency of media ownership in Albania, and how much does the ownership and how much does the funding influence the content for you, and can these two be kept separate? So can there be editorial independence in journalism in Albania?
This is a long debate held across the world. Can we divide financing from independence? It's hard. I would like to go back to the question of the lady. I read an article from Deutsche Welle, German media outlet, that was treating a topic that journalism as public good, it needs to be considered in the same way as schools, roads are considered. So it's infrastructure that needs to be supported. I'm very skeptical though, because everything that comes from state budget, and when I say state budget in Albania, it means that it is the taxpayers' money. And it is seen as something that belongs only to the government in power here in Albania. And I'm skeptical that this would have an impact on the editorial line. And even if we would continue with the same editorial line, the public perception would change. Because as Barbara said, does financing has an impact? Financing from the state budget would make us dependent to the government. Hence, I'm skeptical. I try to read what our colleagues are writing across the world. When you say public good, how can you help with financing? Because without financing, nobody can work. However, personally, I'm skeptical, and I would be against the idea for the state budget that is approved by the government to be used to finance the media. It would not make us less independent, but the opposite would happen. We are more and more dependent. I would rather stay away from this risk. Thank you.
And naturally, let me turn to you, Sebastian. Obviously, a public service broadcaster is funded by the public through the state budget, possibly. Do you feel the pressure? Is it possible to remain independent from those giving you the money?
Well, in our case, it's like in most European countries, it's a fee that is not from the state budget, and it has always been said in Switzerland for many, many decades by the heads of my organization. That is exactly an advantage because you are not in the state budget. So if there is a political change or a new party coming, they cannot really have any impact on that. But at the same time, of course, in the referendum that you were mentioning, where there was a public referendum about our system of financing, it can also be a disadvantage because people feel more directly that they are funding us and they are not paying for €100 for the street and €100 for that and €100 for that, but they are funding. In our case, they are not paying just taxes because you have to pay taxes, but they're funding it by a fee that is compulsory. So it can be also a disadvantage, but of course it makes us very independent, I would say so. We have really no political pressure whatsoever, I really would say that. But I mean, the question is more broad. I mean, how should you finance media in general? And I think all the systems we see in the world come from completely different times. They come from times where press was a big business, and with printed press you could earn a lot of money, and some of the richest guys in the very past were like those who had like newspapers, and then you had TV and radio, which was always more difficult to finance, so you had these like fees for radio and TV, and in a way you still have the same systems today that were accurate maybe 50 years ago or 70 years ago, but it's always difficult to change a system that is in place. We know that, it's true for many different systems. And also in Switzerland, I mean, there have been many debates of changing that system fundamentally and making a more modern system with funding or a public fund and blah, 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 but it's completely out of reality because it's also not a priority of politics. If you enter Swiss Parliament as a young parliamentary, you have to take one of the dossiers, and you take the dossier that no one other wants because there is also hierarchy in political scheme. And the first thing you have to be with is like media politics, because no one is really interested, because everyone arranged with the system we have, and it's very difficult to change the funding system or to make a completely new approach. But I think with the media more and more under pressure commercially, I think the debate will continue to be there, and maybe there will be some fundamental changes in some European countries. I cannot exclude that, of course, yeah.
Indeed, and there has been already, two more questions. Looking at, okay, let me take 3 more questions and then have a final very fast round from the panel. Is there a microphone? No.
Thank you very much. My name is Vezdana Kovac, coming from Montenegro, from Center for Civic Education. I think that we shouldn't talk about the independent media or objective journalism, because such a thing doesn't exist. I mean, every media has values or ideology that promotes, and that's fine. But we should talk, I think, about decency. So how decent journalists are, how ready they are to have an honest approach, so not to lie, not to manipulate, etc., etc. And everything, of course, depends on the political will. And we cannot look at the media as an isolated area. So it's a kind of mirror of society. And if our societies are not democratic, then media also couldn't be. And I think we have excellent example listening to you from Swiss TV and from colleagues from Albanian media, which are typical for all Western Balkan countries. And the interesting thing today was we heard the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Albania, who talked about how the media should be and how independent they are here in Albania, etc., etc. And if we listen only to him, we could have a picture that media in Albania and the situation here is excellent. And if we had opportunity to hear only you, then the picture is completely different. And I think the truth is not even in the middle. The question is how to reconcile political will, those people from political elite who pressure the media, and journalists and media from the other side. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Very fast, I think there was a question there.
Well, briefly, hello everyone. My name is Leila Turčil. I come from the University of Sarajevo, Bosnia and Herzegovina. Speaking about the title of the conference, Journalism as a Public Good, and trying to find the ways to finance it as such, would you kind of consider that it might be more appropriate, having in mind also the transformative changes that journalism is facing nowadays with platforms, freelance journalists, and so on, to talk more about financing a journalism as public good rather than media as public institutions? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Really great questions. One last one.
Thank you. I'll be very, very quick. Thank you to the organizer for this event. My name is Guri Daco. I'm the communication officer at the United Nations in Albania. I came here with joy because such events are really good events, and I called healthy incentives that we have. And in fact, when we talk about strengthening journalism, we at the UN, we talk about information integrity. I just wanted to draw your attention to 5 global principles that we have in terms of information integrity, which are societal trust and resilience, which means like we need to have the trust of the society, and I was glad that this was mentioned in this discussion here. Health initiatives like this one is very, very good, so we come together and we can discuss and share our thoughts. public empowerment was mentioned here. It's really good because you need, and I think Sebastian mentioned it very clearly when it said like we need to empower, to engage the public. That's really, really good. I appreciate also that. And independent and free and pluralistic media, which is really, really something key that we need to work on. And the final one is transparency and research. That's the one that I would just point out because that's about, you know, qualitative journalism when we go there and we verify the news, etc. So I just wanted to make this kind of wrap up of what we think at the UN and the principles, but draw the attention to research and verified information, which is key. That was my point, and I hope that through discussion we'll discuss more. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Yes, fact-checking, credibility. Let me go back to the panel to answer this last question and for a very short final remarks. Start with you, Olta.
So,
I like the idea how to finance journalism instead of the media. We have good policies in Albania. International partners are helping with journalist organizations about investigative articles, and this is I like the idea of how to support financially journalism instead of the media. But I am against the idea that a state budget should fund the media, because this will deteriorate the situation, will not help the situation. Maybe Sebastian can give his example about his country, how they solved this issue.
Our system is the old system, more or less. I mean, we have just like the feed, the public feed that goes in one pot. It's like 1.3 billion, I think, per year, which is mainly for the public broadcasters. We have 4 languages, so we have a lot of public broadcasters. And then there is also a person for private media. And then there are also some subsidies for the written press, just for the distribution. So this is our system. But I think, I mean, what the lady from Bosnia and Herzegovina said is probably could be the right approach for the future. I agree that you have to, because, I mean, if we have a crisis, I think we have a crisis of media more than a crisis of journalism. And I think that, and I'm always try to be very optimistic, and I'm optimistic by nature. We see a lot of, and it's really coming now, like very independent. Later, before you would have called them freelance journalists, now you call them influencer or whatever, who do a good job, who have their own channel on sometimes very specific niche topics that can work because they feel like supported, they have a community, they can do also live events, which is, at least in wealthy societies, that can work very well, that you go out and you have your channel and people follow you and they are interested in what you're doing. Of course, there are new questions about independence, because maybe then you also work on the same field as an expert and consultant, and there can be new dependencies. You have to look at that. But I think there are really a younger generation of journalists who even sometimes are able to monetize and to rely on just their product, on being present with one topic, and it must not necessarily be activist and only opinion driven, but it can be also like analysis driven. So I see a lot of opportunities, a lot of possibilities where journalism can develop in future in good. But I think what we see is really that media have media in the sense of the institutional sense, both private and public have more of a problem than journalism.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah, the media business is an issue. Yes, to you, Dorota.
Dy fjalë sa për ta
Just to answer the question, I think that, as I said before, I think that it would be a concern if the representatives of media and the government, we would be happy and without any complaint or concern. And in countries with a consolidated democracy, never happens, I think. in Switzerland, or let alone our regional countries that have, as I said, a previous history of dictatorship. So we have to identify the issues. The minister gave its own approach, but I'd like to repeat that if all the media or the journalists, if we would all agree with what the minister said, that our presence here would be pointless. So the level of dialogue and consensus with the government protecting our interests shows the level of democracy. I would like to say that Albania and the regional countries are still not consolidated as concerns democracy, and this goes hand to hand to media issues. We are here to identify these issues. The minister represents the government, but the media is independent and is not in the same line with the government. That's what we are here. Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you to all the speakers for helping us really set the stage for this conference and highlight some of the challenges that we have here in Albania, in the region, and but also looking at examples from outside the region, what works where, basically. So before we close, I just want to let you know that we'll have now a half an hour coffee break, and followed by three parallel sessions in different parts. We look forward to continue the conversation in smaller groups on all of these challenges. And please, before you leave the room, join me in thanking the panelists for their wonderful input. Thank you so much.
session. And people will just come in as they are done with the sun outside and done with their coffee. I'd like to welcome you to this first session of 3 parallel sessions. My name is Guido Kiel. I'm a professor for journalism and media literacy in Switzerland, in Zurich. So I'm not an expert on the Balkans, but I'm only the moderator for this session. We have a bunch of experts here with us who will give us the local expertise. The topic of this session will be the new media landscape and who has the responsibility, who has influence on shaping this new media landscape, and who's also in charge of providing whatever is necessary for a good qualitative public discourse, who has the trust to be able to provide information for a healthy public discourse. And this is a topic, as we have seen in the session before the break, where many different perspectives, many different kinds of actors are involved and responsible. State actors, economic actors, market forces, maybe journalists, maybe educators. And that's why we have this quite big panel here on stage, and I'm glad we have so many experts who represent the different perspectives, who play a role in this question: who is responsible, who has influence for a healthy information environment, for a healthy media landscape, and who can provide or who can strengthen trust in media and public information. Let me introduce them quickly. Let me start with the legislature. We have someone who's making laws, who's representing the side of state authorities who provide laws, the legal framework for health information spaces. We have Iris Lourazi from the Albanian parliament. She has different roles as well. She's also an academic, but I see her as a representative of that force, or that influence, which provides the legal framework for the media, the new media landscape. We have someone from the regulator, Branko Boskovic from Montenegro. He's former chairman and member of the Montenegrin regulatory body. He's also vice chair of the EPRA, European Platform of Regulatory Affairs. He's a vice chair of the executive board. So he represents the regulatory perspective in this question: who has influence on the media landscape? We have a journalist from North Macedonia, Nasim Rashidi. He used to work for BBC World Service, covering the whole Western Balkans, and he's representing the journalistic perspective in this. We have an academic on stage, Professor Dr. Aleksandar Kristic from Belgrade University, Vice Dean for Research and International Cooperations, but also a political scientist with in-depth knowledge on political and media affairs, and who has published on spheres of influence on media and public discourse. And because we also want to go into the question of how much media literacy can contribute to trust in the media, we have someone from the world of education, and that's Nicoletta. I don't know what your last name is, Nicoletta. Oh, Fotiare. We know each other from different projects, so I usually know her by her first name. Nicoletta is from Romania, but she'll provide the perspective of education when we talk about media literacy and the role of media literacy towards strengthening of trust in public information. I think it was the Ministry of Foreign Affairs at the beginning who said that we live in a new media landscape that is also influenced by disinformation, by platforms and their logics, by synthetic information. This is a new media landscape that multiplies the ways we can inform ourselves about what's happening in the world. It used to be that journalists were the gatekeepers of information. They had a monopoly to inform the public, and they could provide us with information. Nowadays, there are many ways to inform ourselves. As you know, we still have the media, but we also have actors with their own strategic interests. We have corporations, we have governments, we have NGOs, civil society organizations, which influence what we know about the world, what we hear about the world. And the question of how do we inform ourselves is very much linked to the question, who do we trust? Do we trust the influencers? And it was said that influencers are journalistic. Do we trust them as being quasi-journalists? Do we trust the government? Or do we trust the media? And what can the media do to still be the trusted source in the public discourse? It was said in the session before the break that media will be trusted if they do what they do best or what they're supposed to do, if they report the facts, if they are close to the people, and if they are independent of government interference. In preparation for this session, I looked at media trust around the world, because we hear that around the world media trust is in decline. That's a big problem. But when I look at the countries of where is media trust highest, it's in countries like China, countries like Saudi Arabia, countries like the United Arab Emirates. And countries where the trust is lowest are countries like Sweden, countries like the UK. So it's one question of, to what extent can we just say if media are doing what they're supposed to do, be independent, be free, be factual in reporting, this will increase the trust. These statistics show maybe the link is not so obvious. Maybe there's something else to be taken into consideration. And we have to think more about how can all of us, how can different institutions provide whatever is necessary to strengthen trust in the media. I want to have a first round with the participants and ask them, where do you see the responsibility in society to strengthen trust in the media? And let me start with the lawmakers, or the lawmaker, and please tell me, how do you see it, what's the responsibility of the state to provide trust in the media?
Thank you so much. Actually, I don't think that I have a solution for the $1 million question that you're doing, because otherwise it would have been very easy. But I think that we should see that as a collaboration, because in order to speak about trust, we should identify which are the actors. And the actors, it's not only the government, it's not only the parliament. The actors are the media professionals. The actors are the NGOs, are the fact-checking that are providing their services. And of course, it is academia. So for me, if we talk about trust, we're talking about having a collaboration between all the actors possible, because you cannot trust just by keeping people accountable. That would have been so good if just by taking people accountable with a system in place, probably provided from the government or parliament, that would have been easy. But accountability, I think it starts to create the trust.
Mm. We will get to the other actors, but let me just repeat the question. As a lawmaker, is there something you can do to strengthen the trust? Or have there been laws in your professional life where you think this is a law or a framework that helps build trust in the media?
Absolutely. We just recently passed in the parliament a new law that it relates to media transparency and ownership, because I think both transparency and ownership, they help in order to create not only to have the legislation in place, but to make it sure for the audience to know where the information is coming from. So right now, it will be an obligation of the Audiovisual Authority to have registration of all the audiovisual media that we have in the country. But this is a start, because I don't think that now we get information only from mainstream media. We get a lot of information from the social media. So I think that we also have the framework of a Digital Service Act, which is now applicable for members of European Union, and is going to be applicable for the countries that are aspiring European integration. So right now we passed this law on transparency and ownership, and when we talk about ownership, it will be a detailed list with all the media outlets that are the owners behind the outlets, and sometimes for the public this is not like a very known information. It will be a list with their division of properties in different fields, not only in the field of media, because I think this is also linked with political and economic environment, because some of them are also coming from different economical environments. And when it comes to the transparency part of the law, it is also the list at the end of the year. They will have an annual plan, and they have to show to the public where the money has been coming from and which part of this money is from state. So in a way, this is like creating the legal basis for the public, but also for the interested people that are doing research and working on media policies, in order to understand where the money is coming from, how much percentage of that money is coming from the state advertisement, and who are the owners behind the media outlets.
So the legislator has quite a substantial role. Even though we say in an ideal democracy the media's fourth estate is independent of the state can still provide with a legal framework prerequisites to guarantee transparency and therefore also trust in the media. You also mentioned then, or you passed on the ball to the regulator. You say these are the laws, and now it's in the hands of the regulator to also enforce them. We have a regulator here on stage from Montenegro. How do you see the role of the regulator in general, or also in your experience, in providing what it takes to strengthen trust in the media?
I would first of all agree that transparency is one of the key issues and one of the aspects of trust in media. That's one of the aspects of the work of media that can increase trust in media and that can, in general, increase the trust in the system. But you have to know that in the Western Balkans, trust does not have a long history, and basically distrust is where we begin. So the regulator has to be an institution that needs to implement the legal framework in a way that the trust can increase. So basically, I would begin from the question of what does the state want? What kind of regulator does the state want? Do you want a regulator which can just implement the laws, which is kind of a basic definition of media regulation? If you Google it or if you search for academic definition of it, basically just implementing the legal framework. But I believe that this definition is now obsolete, and that regulators now are much more future-oriented and much more even related to research and academic. I mean, I'm a professor, I teach at the university, and I find these roles to be quite well functioning together, because especially with the new legal framework and especially with the online media platforms and new power disbalances and diminishing role of traditional media in terms of finances and their ability to compete with social networks, for example, regulators need to be institutions that will not just implement laws but look at what can be done, what needs to be done, or for example, look at ways to protect media, especially national media or media in their own country. For example, if you look at Montenegro now, we don't have a national TV station which is owned by Montenegrin companies or citizens. Basically, legally, yes, it's Montenegrin, but the companies that are behind them are mainly from Serbia. Or other countries, after all. From the first outlook, it might not seem that important, but when you dig deeply, it could be a serious trouble, especially if we are in a situation where a serious issue can come out of it. For example, elections. I recently read an article, just to mention it briefly, academic article which talks about climate change in Finland and actually about nudges. And I had no idea what nudge is, just I had the basic idea. And it's a kind of subtle push or encouragement that directs people to undertake certain action. So this research shows that the major barrier to implementation or undertaking action actually by citizens are social networks. because there is a lot of information, there is a lot of disinformation, misinformation, and traditional media cannot compete with this. What I'm trying to say, media need to build trust competing with this way of functioning of social networks, and regulators have this role to contribute to increasingly important role of national media, traditional media, and to make them institutions, organizations, not institutions, but organizations that can provide quality information, information that can actually make citizens see the society and what's actually going on in the real way, not by providing information as it was mentioned in the first panel. So basically regulators need to be those that strengthen the media and that try to save the society from the negative influences that are coming now from all over the world, because we now, of course, live in a global media landscape.
But if I know right, then the regulator in Montenegro, as in many countries, is concerned with as a mandate for radio and TV. And as you said, this synthetic information, this disinformation often comes through social media. Aren't you looking at the wrong place if you say we look at radio and TV and make sure this is transparent and all the laws are upheld, if the problem is actually happening somewhere else?
Yes, I completely agree with you here, and that's the thing when you're not an EU member. Then a lot of legislation that's being implemented in the European Union, like DSA, for example, or Media Freedom Act, which are now part of the European legal framework, are not implemented in any of the countries or cannot be implemented. So what we are doing now, for example, in Montenegro, there is the legal framework is being prepared, but it's a lot of work, and it's a difficult process with so many changes that need to be implemented. What we are trying to do now, for example, in Montenegro, and I know that other countries are trying to do so as well, is to register influencers, because we can see that the influencers are also shaping the public opinion, maybe not in politics, but it can be in politics as well. And we can only at this at the very beginning of this process, we can see how difficult it is, because basically they can say, no, we don't want to register, and we as regulator cannot do anything. But with the new legal framework that can come, especially through DSA, this process could be enhanced and it can be improved. And also when you think about, for example, an influence coming from the fact that we speak I dare to say same language in some of the countries, for example, Bosnia, Serbia, Montenegro, the same is in Croatia, more or less in Macedonia or North Macedonia. The way we can deal with this is only through a very old legal framework. It's a convention on international TV. So yes, what we are doing in this way is something that's not compatible with the major trends, but are we trying to do so? Yes, and that's also one thing I would like to mention now, that regulators from the region have very good relations, and very often we try to work together and to solve the internal issues, in terms of Western Balkan issues, together by exchanging the best practices and by looking at the ways we can.
We talked about legal frameworks now, what the state or states, independent agencies, but that are close to the state, can do to strengthen the media. Another reason why people lose trust in media is also low professionalism amongst journalists themselves. And here, Nazim, my question is to you. To what extent can journalists contribute to more trust in the media? We hear that sensationalism, low ethics, journalistic ethics, turn people away from the media. They say these journalists, they're not to be trusted. What's the role of journalists in this whole setting?
So you have decided to make $1 million questions to each of us.
Yes, all of you.
and find a solution with one answer. How do I see it? I mean, I see it in two ways. First of all, there are big medias in all our countries, which are either national TVs or other big news, let's say, portals or news information organization that tend to be professional because their direct link to the audience is trust. So if you go to each of these countries, you will immediately see that the major media try to be as much professional as they can. And I will refer to some of the comments that our colleague did about regulation and ownership. On the other hand, we have a new media or news portals that come up, and because technology allows now to have news outlets very cheaply, then we find situation when you have news enterprises with one or two people who actually just copy-paste a lot of information that other news outlets are taking it. But even when they do this cut and paste thing, they only put sensationalism, or they put aspects that they want to attract more clicks in order to gain a lot of money. And I think we have come to a point that society and audience is trying to understand what's going on. I mean, you probably will click, but they will still go to these major media outlets to check if it's true or not. So the journalists, as myself and other colleagues, are battling in two fields. One is the fighting and to convince the public that we are the professionals and we check information before we broadcast it. And the second is the influences that it comes towards, or the pressures that comes towards, either via regulators or now ownership. We have now a new situation, and I will give probably a little framework with what was going on in North Macedonia. A couple of years ago, we had a government that would do a direct pressure to journalists. And we had tremendous pressures, and because of that, we had court cases and things like that. And that government failed. And then we had a more progressive government, and then they created a better space for journalists. Now we have another, again, a new government, which is the previous one that I was speaking, that it doesn't do pressure directly to journalists, but they do communicate directly to the owners. And basically what we have seen is that a lot of news programs were cut out, a lot of agenda is out of the scope, and sometimes even we joke among the journalists, say that now the news editors are the owners rather than the news editors themselves. And this is even more dangerous because when someone else is put to you the agenda, then you create a different opinion among the people. So the journalists would do their work professionally, but probably not the topics that the government do not want you to touch. So we come up in the situation, then how do we regulate this? And how do we create this understanding of what is professional journalism? That's why I like the topic of this conference, journalism as a public good. And I think we should go a little bit back and make a discussion again to explain to everyone why is journalism a public good. And when you were talking in the beginning and made an opening remark, you didn't mention the ownership. Iris mentioned it. I can refer to her as Iris because she used to be my professor and we are friends. And it's also very important, how do we tackle this? Why? Because we are small countries. And it's so easy to make influence if you do not have the basic understanding of what common public good is. And I think we're lacking in this aspect as a society. We should step back a little bit and reopen this discussion as a society in all our countries and together to reframe how important free journalism is, and in this discussion to include the owners as well, which are, it's hard to do it, but maybe then we need legislation somehow to make them understand that their role as a business is not the same as you if you sell potatoes, because the impact is so big, and we have seen it and witnessed it in our countries, how important it is to have free journalism. So a little bit, of course, I'm a journalist and I'll be biased, but sometimes it's unfair where you push all the professionalism standards only towards journalism. We need to have a really good democratic ecosystem to actually create a very good professional products. And believe you me, and I worked all over the Balkans, I've seen great journalists. We have great journalists with world-class standards, and if they have a good ecosystem, I'm sure that they're going to produce a good journalism. And I will stop here, so then maybe we discuss a little bit later something more.
Thank you. You're absolutely right. I didn't mention economic forces and economic interests at the beginning, also because there's nobody representing that perspective here on stage. And that's maybe also a sign that we didn't find somebody who would stand up and say, this is why I, as a media manager, interfere with editorial decisions. The question is, how do we, the rest of us, deal with that?
I understand, but because for me, this element of direct influence now to owners is emerged something new. That's why I'm kind of mentioning this, but let's discuss it with other colleagues as well.
Well, one way to overcome this, to explain to people it's important, there's a difference between influencers and corporate media and real professional journalism. One way to get this to the people is strengthening media literacy. And for this we have Nicoletta here, who is an educator, also founder of an organization who does a development of curricula and educational materials for to strengthen media literacy. How do you see the role of education, of schools in strengthening media literacy in order to make people trust the media more? Isn't it a bit, I mean, let me phrase the question different. Isn't it a capitulation that we say we cannot tackle those economic interests, therefore we go after the children and teach them what they have to do because we are not strong enough to tackle the big media organizations?
Before I answer to your $1 million question, I would like to add something like 3 points to what has already been said, and I really do agree with the collaboration in between stakeholders and transparency of ownership, and I think more transparency through regulation is welcome, but at the same time, in order for the public to understand what stakeholders are in what media outlets, it's important for the regulator, for instance, to make this information available. And I can tell you that in our case in Romania, we have been discussing the fact that our audiovisual regulator was making that information public in a very hidden PDF files on their very old website. And I'm sorry to criticize our regulator, but that was the situation. And that's one of the first steps to the information of the public, so the public may become a bit more media literate. And also, you were very right to say that media owners are not here with us. And I think transparency of ownership should mean also holding owners, media owners, accountable for their, interaction with the journalists and so on. And this, I suppose, can be done through regulation. Also, going back to what Nazim said, I used to work for a media watchdog in Romania for many years, and so I had the opportunity to meet and talk with a lot of journalists. I studied journalism myself, and over the years I understood that journalists as a profession, they need more solidarity among them. I see not so much solidarity among journalists, and I think that could help a lot the trust in journalism. They may be able to sanction disinformation of other media outlets, if it's the case. They can have a common voice in relation to the owners, to the media owners, and also going to the professional standards. Self-regulation is not actually, in my opinion, at least in our region, is not so much a standard for good journalism, for different reasons. It's very difficult to self-regulate when you have so many pressure in the newsroom. And finally, related to the topic of our conference, journalism as a public good, I also liked very much the topic, also because I have been talking about this with my partner, who is also a journalist in a broadcast TV station in Romania, and he has worked in 3 other TV broadcasting stations, and he's very frustrated, and yeah, it's a love and hate relationship with his profession, because he understands that and thinks truly that a strong journalism needs some form of independent support. Like, and I really liked the intervention of a professor in Sarajevo in that sense. I think supporting journalism is different from supporting media institutions. I don't know, maybe a question about some fiscal measures that could, you know, part of our taxes go into supporting journalism. I don't know, you know, a way not to introduce the state budget into relations. And I agree with the fact that when state budget directly is involved, at least in our region, is not really a good omen. Then you asked me about the role of media literacy. Well, media literacy education, as you could see also in the opening remarks, is becoming more and more present in the discourse of the authorities and regulators and ministers, and that's a good thing. I have been working in this field for 25 years, and I believe it's only for the last, let's say, 3-4 years that media literacy became a subject, a topic on the public agenda of the authorities. And I think that is good, but also I think it is important to understand, I mean, it is important for the authorities to understand what they mean by media literacy and what they mean by the role of media literacy. Because if we mean only this limited understanding of media literacy as a way to fight disinformation or online risk, or this limited sense, I think it is not fair. It is not fair, first of all, towards media education as a constructive way to develop media literacy and digital literacy, and it's not fair towards the media user, actually. And why? Because sometimes the cry of this of the authorities who sees media literacy as the solution to the problem of disinformation many times is not followed by a discourse or initiatives, let's say, towards regulation, right? Also, this limited understanding of media literacy education is sort of sabotaging, and I have the ownership of my terms, a more constructive long-term model of media education at all levels, ever since the kindergartens to retired people. And finally, I think media users should not be expected to do everything by themselves. of course, we have, as media users, we have some responsibilities, we have some duties not to hate speech, not to ask different sources to verify information and so on. But in this global media ecosystem in which we live in, sometimes we as media users, many times actually, if we are thinking about VLOPs, very large platforms like social media platforms, we cannot negotiate the transparency policy of their algorithms, for instance, and that's the regulations part, which should help the trust in media institutions.
Still, let me try just once more. You said that the regulator should do this, and there should be a laws. Can media literacy help to strengthen trust in the media at all? Do you see something that where media literacy is not being abused for other purposes, but still helps strengthen trust in the media?
Yeah, I think so, but it depends in how you teach media literacy. Because if you teach it in the wrong way, like these are the good journalists, these are the bad journalists, that will not raise the trust in the media, because it only raises the cynicism towards media. But if you teach media literacy as a way to critically understand what professional journalism is, how a news story is impartial, what is the role of the media owners, and what happens behind the news, for instance, that may help the media user understand why journalism matters and when journalism is in the public interest or not. But then we have this condition that we have been talking about earlier, journalism ethics, regulation, and so on.
By the way, I'm going to ask Alexandra a question, then it's also open to you. Whenever you want to participate in the discussion, you're invited to participate with your questions. But before we open it up, I want to go to Alexandra. You have done research on spheres of influence on the media, and you hear now from these different institutions how they can all provide a little bit, but it's the others who have to also provide something. How do you see, as an academic from a bit of a distance, where do you see the responsibility or who has the influence on the media, and who can contribute to trust in the media? I know it's not it's $1 million question. You cannot say, okay, it's these guys.
We're all millionaires in this panel.
But where do you see the responsibility? How do you see the cooperation between different institutions and the spheres of influence, as you call them?
Of course, it's very complicated, but this is, for me, this is a perfect opportunity. I would want to sit with the representative from the regulator from Serbia, together with someone from the parliament, together with academia and journalists, sitting and debating on journalism as a public good, because it's simply a paradoxical and almost absurd situation for someone living and coming from Serbia, because, you know, we can't find similar conferences like this where we can all talk about the regulation, the legislation, the journalism under pressure, and everything else. But if you want to talk about trust in journalism and decline of trust, we should look at the trust barriers. There are so many research done in academia, and of course, and there are a lot of expert analysis. So if we talk about trust, and if you want a kind of a recommendation, we should look at the trust barriers, which are, for the first place, it's political bias. It's political bias in mainstream media. It's politicians pushing various agendas through traditional and legacy media, who are still on the top one source of information, where a lot of people from the Southeast Europe, where we live in the Balkans, actually get informed from. The second one is clickbait, sensationalism, also being pushed by different political parties and different regimes in the Balkans. I'm talking about this area. And the third one is fake news and misinformation. And if you look at the top one source of misinformation, it's the political regime in our countries. Then, of course, these are corporate interests, and they are often in interplay with political clientelism, which are very much associated. And then you talked a lot about the transparency. The lack of transparency is one of the dominating trust barriers. If someone says, I don't trust the news anymore because I don't know who behind these news is actually, who is fueling the narratives and who is driving this kind of polarization. And talking about politics and political influences and different influences on journalism top to bottom. So, for example, from the media owners to the journalist reporting, you can say that the political interference is definitely the most one. But one of the biggest obstacles in that we found out in our research, that politics is very often associated with the state. So, for example, the state is in charge of regulating the electronic media market, or in charge of bringing great legislation that should be protecting journalism. And instead of that, they actually are driving polarization, which is then reflected on the society and actually has been very much fueled by the media. So when we talk about why don't we trust journalism as once we trusted it in the 20th century, so how did we come from the high trust in journalism and in media in 20th century? It's not only about the technological shift we are talking about. It's not only social media environment. It's not only about the distrust in the social media news. We all live in bubbles on Twitter, on Instagram, everywhere. But it's about the capturing the supporting institutions that should be supporting journalism. And I'm talking about, of course, regulator institutions. I'm talking about all the supporting institutions that should actually be working together on supporting journalism and bringing back the trust in the media in that sense. So, for example, in my country, the state has done a lot in the past 10 to 15 years to capture the regulatory body for electronic media, which does not exist anymore. We don't have any REM council anymore. It is the electronic media market and the TV media market is completely the wild, wild west, the wildest you can imagine, because there is no regulator to punish those who publish hate speech and everything else for that. In the other sense, we have the state or the legislative body, the parliament who should be protecting journalism in bringing the best laws there are ever. They are actually doing everything to capture the media in that sense that they are fueling hate speech in the parliament, targeting professional and critical media in the parliament, and actually playing the game of attacking journalists instead of bringing the laws that can support journalism as a public good. On the third side, you have journalism as completely underpaid, undermined, very declined profession. So that journalism tells, I heard the word solidarity. Journalists are not solidary anymore anywhere, because you have either weak independent associations of journalists or different associations which are not working together on doing anything. We can't expect journalists to fight for themselves. We need to give them more power in that sense. And when I talk about this, if you want a hierarchy of influences, as I said, it's top to bottom, and our research or different influences show that actually the political interference is the most dominant one. So if we do not make the environment that would provide any kind of independence in that sense, but you can ask me, okay, are you independent as a journalist if you work for this or that corporation, or if you receive money from this and that source? You can say we are not talking about independence anymore, but about being professional. In Serbia, there are huge polarization in the media between the professional media and the media who are actually parrots, really parrots of the political rhetoric. They're just repeating what the political agenda has been pushing them to say, and then they are working as enemies against those professional journalists instead of being colleagues and trying to support journalism as a public good in that sense.
I hear you, I understand you, I can follow with everything. The problem is how can we change this? Because I also hear from people who say why should someone invest in the media if they cannot use this for their own political purpose? It's a very cynical approach, but
It is. But if you go back to the basics, and I think we should go back to the basics. If you look at the media as the mediators, the middleman between the institutions and the citizens, this is the crucial thing, because on social media you have a politician directly communicating with you. I don't trust him. I just have the direct communication with him. Where is the professional media to interpret and to give me the facts of what is going on? Where is the media there as the middleman? You know, there is a great author in academic community in media and journalism. His name is Peter Dahlgren. He once wrote about eliminating the middleman in journalism. Imagine, in economy, it's always a good thing if you eliminate the middleman, like, okay, you can get the goods in a better way. But if you eliminate a journalist from the conversation between a politician or political actor or the state and the institution, what kind of information are you going to get? You can get more direct communication, but you can never get a professional interpretation or explanation of an event, of a person, or of a phenomenon, of take it whatever you want. So, you know, the journalism as a public good, what does it mean as a public good? It means journalism that is reporting in public interest. And we should keep that in mind, that the journalist, and the most important journalistic role that the journalist can have is, of course, the watchdog role, which is practically non-existent. If you take a look on a global level, it's not only the Southeastern European thing, it's like a global thing that is going on from the United States, especially with Donald Trump, to China and to some even South Asia and African countries which are struggling to get the reporting done. Journalists get killed, arrested. Look at the UNESCO's latest data. I published my book a couple of months ago at the end of 2025. It's called The War Against Journalists. And the latest data I had in that was 1,805 journalists killed from 1993 until 2025. But when I opened the UNESCO website 2 weeks ago to show this as a source of information of killed and arrested journalists to my students of journalism, the number was 155. So it was 50 kills more in only a couple of months. And it's not only about the wars going on right now.
Allow me to be devil's advocate for a moment. I'm thinking of the Swiss context now, which might not be very relevant, but just to think about this. In the 70s, there was a lot of trust in the media, but I don't remember personally because I wasn't around, but I know that every city had 3 newspapers: the socialist, social democrat view, the business people's called liberal view, and the conservative Catholic usually view. So there were 3 newspapers in every city, and everybody knew if I read this newspaper, I get the social democrat's point of view. If I read this newspaper, I get the business owner's point of view. But people knew, and they trusted it because they knew what they would get. If we cannot make media owners become more, or let journalists be independent, isn't this a model where we can say, okay, at least we have people who invest in the media, they invest for their own political purpose to get their own view across, but people know this, and therefore they can develop trust still in the media because they know this guy belongs to this party, therefore this is their point of view. Would this work? Nazi?
I think you tackled a very important question, and here the importance is pluralism in the media. Of course, we have to have this because then we can assume that whoever politician will not be able to control any outlet. And this is good. And in that sense, the digital media helps a lot because if you have an authoritarian regime that wants to control every media outlet, then of course you have Facebook and Twitter and everything to bubble the other information. And we have seen this. We have seen this in our country, and we have seen it now in Serbia. And this is absolutely good. But on the other hand, what we have to talk, and I agree here with the professor, is that the main problem are the politicians that do not understand the power of the media or do not understand the journalism as a public good. And this is where we have to talk and talk again, is the same like we have to nurture democracy. Because we cannot say, we tick the box and it's done, because we have to educate the other generation and the new generation and so on. And I think in our world, the main problem is that we have politicians that when they are in opposition, they really want the media attraction, and the media are their partners, and they see them very close and so on. And then when they go to government, they change the politics. For example, I will give you an example of what's going on right now in North Macedonia, in a public television, which is not so viewed, but nevertheless, they have to select the director and vice director. And we all knew that the government, I mean the political party that are forming the government, they will choose the government. So what happened about the second person of this institution? They could not select it for technical reasons and whatever. They could not select the person that they want. So what they did, they abolished all the calls. So we will have another new call. So this is a problem. So they don't even try to select at least the one who is more professional among themselves, let alone to leave the process be professional as it could be. And this is another problem. And I want just another comment what Nicoleta said about budgeting and state. What happened in our country, it was that we have a very authoritarian regime, and they were buying the news outlets with the commercials, state commercials. So anyway, the government changed, and they changed the law, and now the state is forbidden by law to make commercials to advertisement. But what it created is that the private sector is so strong, so if a particular media outlet, some commercial which are mostly telecommunication or energy sector or whatever, you cannot find in major media outlets text against them, and of course the prices are up and all the stuff, and people are complaining, and they all come to us as a journalist and say, why don't you write about this, the price? And nobody writes it. So now we created a different monstrum, let's say, because now you cannot touch the private sector, and if you cannot touch the private sector, the government loves this because they make deal with them, and then they repress the journalists and the editors and so on. So the only explanation for me, or the only good thing, is what we're doing today, but we have to do it in a regular basis, and especially have here politicians to hear what we say, because sometimes we're just preaching to ourselves. We all agree here, no problem, but they have to hear it, how important is journalism as a public good.
I don't know if you all agree. Are there questions or comments from the audience towards what we've heard so far? Do we need a microphone for this? Oh, there's a microphone here. Yeah, maybe let's start here with the lady in white.
Thank you. Yeah, it's just been a very inspiring panel with a lot of open questions, and I think you mentioned a very important thing, which is question that we often hear is, why should we invest in public interest journalism? We hear it from politicians, we hear it from the public authorities as well, and the simple answer, if there is a simple answer to that question, is because it's a basic human rights. So basically, that's like asking a question: why should we invest in healthy water or something like that? So that's the main thing. But let us not just fall into trap that kind of human right can be exercised on social networks rather through professional journalism, because we have seen with so many cases, including genocide in Gaza, for example, that that's not the case, that social media platforms are also part of the censorships rather than free information flow there. The thing is basically that there will always be people interested in being well informed. There will always be journalists or other content creators nowadays interested in providing people with an opportunity to be well informed. The thing is to develop an infrastructure that will enable them to meet and exchange the information in that context. So maybe instead of just thinking in the old boxes, thinking that we should discuss more how to provide high quality content,
and how to provide education to people to recognize such content, we should maybe go into the direction of what colleague Alexandra mentioned, which is context. Helping those in the information ecosystem nowadays who provide us as citizens with ability to understand the context. Because when it comes to content, we have it way too much. Basically, it's almost a new form of censorship, having so much information that you cannot really, understand what's wrong and what's right in society. You just, remember things for like 5-10 seconds, and then you go to the next content and forget the previous one. So I guess that investing in those who will help us, stop, think, reflect, understand, build a context would be the future of investing in public interest and public good in communication in general, whether we call it a journalism or we call it, I don't know, content creation or influencers or whatever. So maybe that can be a starting point for some future, debates on how to support public good information in global societies. Thank you.
Thank you. But just a follow-up to this, maybe you can also join in. Who should be supported then? You said those who provide the context, but who would that be, and who would be supporting the state, or whose responsibility is that then? Do you have, or anybody here, if you agree with? Maybe, but should we take this? Because I think it's a big question that brought up. We'll take more questions later.
Actually, I can have one answer to what Professor said, and I really agree with what she said. I like this ability to understand the context. It's exactly the aim of media literacy education, actually. In our Media-Wise Teacher program, it's a development program for teachers to teach media education in the classroom in Romania. Our main aim, apart from this media knowledge transfer, is to help the teachers understand how to contextualize media content, how to ask themselves questions related to their own media consumption and their own actions on social media, for instance, before they teach the students. And this kind of, this form of media education, I was saying earlier, it's important to start as early as kindergarten, because this type of questions, it's not always easy to ask them. You need to exercise. It's a long-term process. You need to develop a habit to ask these critical questions related to your media consumption and use.
More questions? I think the second one was, yes, here.
Nevila Jata from Common questions about North Macedonia, Serbia, and Montenegro. Speaking about the influence, which do you consider more threatening, FIMI or DIMI in your countries? The first one. And the second, how difficult do you see the introduction of the future implementation of DCA, Digital Service Act, in Western Balkan? Which is the biggest obstacle? Iris Yorasim mentioned it briefly, that Albania is working on this topic. So these are the common questions.
Maybe
about
just
3 countries.
enlighten those who don't know what FIMI and DIMI are. Can you just tell us briefly what this is?
Yes, yeah. Not what is this, but which is more threatening.
Yes, but
what is it?
maybe some
FIMI
people.
or DIMI in your countries?
What is FIMI?
FIMI, external disinformation, and DIMI, domestic disinformation. So.
Okay. Yes, Frank, you have the answer.
Do you want to pick up more questions, or?
My experience is we lose the questions as we pick up too many. So.
This is a very good question, and in Montenegro now what we are facing more or less is FIMI. And the experience from, for example, Romania or Moldova is such that it's probably becoming kind of reality that we all need to think of. And we have elections next year in about exactly a year or so, and FIMI is already not really #1 question, but it's really high on the agenda. Even though we are a small country and an average person could think, well, you're not important. But actually the context is giving us much more importance than the actual could be. So I would say it's FIMI, and here this is exactly where cooperation of institutions is needed, from the legislator to executive, and then the regulator, courts, because, for example, if you have a slow process of solving issues or trying to do so, I know that, for example, in Romania, when there were elections, the regulator was acting quite well there. That's what I know now. I don't know it from the inside, I know it from the outside, so I'm just saying that's the information I have. Yeah, well, that's why I'm kind of defending myself. And regarding DSA, it's already changing regulators. When you look at European EU regulators, how they looked, for example, in the number of employees, in the way they are financing themselves, it will change regulation completely. For example, many of the regulators are now receiving money from the state budget. Many did not so, but simply because they cannot fund the number of activities that need to be undertaken. So it's a huge challenge, and it's something that's already changing. So some solutions offered in DSA are being implemented, but it's really difficult, and I think it will take some time, especially for us as small regulators, and almost all in the Balkans are small regulators. It will take some time to really try to implement it, but first we need to get to EU, and I think that's the most difficult part. Well, for us, maybe not, I don't know, but for the others, it could take some time. So, yes, it's a really, really important piece of the legal framework which will completely change the regulation.
If I can say, I think in North Macedonia is both in a way, because we have influences foreign due to political context or geopolitical context, and because our public speaks more languages, so it's in a way it's kind of easy. What we had previously as a case is a lot of narratives that come from Serbian media, Serbian language media, Serbo-Croat media, whatever we say, because most of the audience understands that, and then Albanian media, Albanian audiences speak both languages, so they can make differentiate. And also we are influenced, for example, from Albanian media here. But what we saw during the elections is that, that's why I say both, is that political parties in North Macedonia, I don't know if you know, they are financed by the state to make political campaign when there are elections. And what happens is that they can spread their money however they want. So there is this calculation how many votes you have got in the previous election, and then you get money, blah, 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 before that. So, but you can still decide to whom you're going to give money. So what we saw is that a lot of news outlets, digital news outlets that didn't exist, they came up just before elections, so the political parties would give them money. But what they did, they didn't inform. They created so much misinformation for the counterparts or for the others. So it created a lot of chaos. But in a way, to refer to the question before, somehow it gave the audience some momentum to actually realize that they should pick where they get the information. And in a way now what we have, it's not trend, it's not measured, it's not scientific, but it's just my impression that now the people tend to go even in digital spaces to the sources that they trust. So in a way it kind of helped somehow, because they are so fed up with a lot of information, and now they choose either the journalist, either the media. And I transitioned myself from TV to digital world and all this stuff, so you know I can sense this a little bit. So
I would like to just a moment. I'd like to follow up on this and link this back to trust again, because I also hear from journalists who say this information, be it foreign or domestic, is actually an opportunity for journalists, because they can show why they are important. They can show what the difference is between their information and all the crap out there. And this is actually, if they manage to make the point that they are different from all these disinformation sources, that'll strengthen them. And Corona in Switzerland, Corona was an example for this. During Corona, when there was so much disinformation around, people went back and led to resurgence of traditional journalism because people thought, okay, I need to know what's happening, and these are the guys who I trust, the traditional media. So to what extent is DME and FEME, or all the disinformation, an opportunity or actually a gift from heaven for journalism?
Well, just short, and I will leave you to it still will go to finances. In North Macedonia, the best journalism right now it has made from donor community. Either there are projects or there are finances from EU or OSCE, and then we have here some colleagues that they know that. So, why? Because they're more independent and nobody will influence them. But again, the audience would go to them and they listen because they project trust. So, sorry, Nicoletta.
No worries. I just picked up what you said, sources in which they trust. The audience pick their sources in which they trust. And I think it is very important to understand how do they construct this trust in their sources. Is it in a critical way, or is it in the sense that, well, this media outlet is reporting things that I agree with. So it's a matter of critical thinking, critical awareness, and a matter of strong beliefs. And I suppose the research you have been doing shows this. I mean, this is coming very visible in Romania as well. And I have this exercise that I'm doing every time with the teachers I'm training in media literacy education. We are asking the question, what does it matter for you when you get information? Not only news, but information in general. And one of the answers is, it matters if that information comes from a close friend I trust. And the answer to that question is most of the times 50-50. It's amazing. 50% say, well, I cannot trust everything that my close friend says because he may be wrong. And that's the critical thinking way to do it. But then the other 50%, they say, I trust my close friend, and their argument for that is somewhere in the direction of comfort, of being part of a comforting group which thinks the same way with him or her. So I think this question, how do they build the trust in their media sources from the part of the audience, it's very important.
Yeah, I only want to give one example, and I would answer your question because you also asked about Serbia. It's a combination. It's a combination on foreign and both domestic, but I would say more domestic than foreign because the political narratives have been dominated not only in the public service media, but also in the pro-regime media, the media like kind of being truncheons of the regime and trying to discredit professional journalism as such. And one example is, take a look at the reporting on migration, on migrants or refugees. It's completely dominated, for example, like it's an inner enemy that we need to defeat. We can't let, what the government or the political regime is trying to build as a narrative with the hyper-production of such content is that we have been threatened by someone from the outside, and then let's keep it let's keep those people away from the borders or whatever. So one of the main aspects of fueling this information and this kind of, I would say, deteriorating of the very important topics is coming from is coming from the state, is coming from the regime, and of course from those regimes. It's not only in in this region, but also in a global perspective, in the regions where there are more autocratic and authoritarian tendencies and not the established democracies as such. And I would only add that this is a very, very important topic, because nowadays you have blurred lines between journalism and propaganda. How can we make a difference? How do you differ? Do I, as an ordinary citizen, really have time to read 100 newspapers, go through 50 portals and 30 Twitter accounts to check the information? No, I'm not doing that. It's only the researchers and professional journalists who do that on an everyday basis. So talking about the media literacy and talking about media education, it's not only the individual responsibility to do that, and it should not be. It should be our academic purpose, and it should be, someone said, I think that Iris said at the beginning, it's the combination and different collaboration between different actors. But first you need to think what is the state responsible for. The state should be responsible for protecting media as such, and not doing everything to undermine the profession in that way.
I totally agree, and I would add also that it should be also responsible for the keeping people accountable. And I'm gonna show you a story that happened to me in person. In last November, we passed the law on gender equality in Albania, which was for the first time with a lot of backlash. I never thought that we will have so many backlash about the gender equality law, because it had the same principle, same definition that the law had when it was first approved from the parliament in 2008. And a lot of disinformation campaigns about the law, a lot of targeted and well-funded campaigns from different actors that are supporting the backlash when it comes to women's rights and LGBTQI community rights. And then you understand that you cannot fight against the disinformation, even you're doing that in so many TV debates where the human rights defenders were literally crucified, and they were dehumanized. Members of the parliament as well. I saw myself in so many different ugly forms and pictures that you cannot imagine. And for the first time, I got a serious threat that they will decapitate my children. So I ended in a police station, and then you see that you have a lot of disinformation that started from a very notorious and followed news portal in the country, and then it went viral because it just cut and paste. And then you see that as a media professional coming from 30 years of teaching at the University of Tirana, Department of Journalism, you realize that there is no system in place that can help you in saying the other side of the story, which is the right side of the story, like explaining the definition, explaining that it's not true that through this gender equality law we are introducing 72 genders, a lot of poison that was planted over different media outlets. And then you see that even fact-checking services, in this case, they don't work, because sometimes they don't have the financial resources. Sometimes they are scared from those very famous and notorious news portals. And then you see that you have a media council that didn't take any measure in order to say the right side of the story. So in a way, this creates this psychotic environment when you are realizing, like, who is doing what, how are we going to keep people accountable? Because in a way, we should also refrain the control of the government from the so many resources of spreading information, but how we keep people accountable in this kind of situation. And then you realize that you are in a circle, in a vicious circle, that even you're coming from this group of people, from the professional journalists, then so many media outlets, and not only, but even the mainstream media, to see what was happening with human rights defenders. It was unbelievable, because even the mainstream media now is having the reels online, so they also are driven after clickbaits, and they want to produce so many scandalistic stories when one of the commentators in the studio is calling the other, you are so ugly, you look like a man, even you are a woman. Things that are, for several years ago, they were totally different, and you cannot imagine that you will reach a time when people will say the worst of their thoughts just to have the clickbaits. So that's why I'm saying that we really need to have this. I think that one of the solutions is absolutely the media literacy, because that it shouldn't be thought only as a one-time thing, as a workshop, as a part of a small subject in the curricula of the high school, elementary school, even university. But it should be a continuous process. And I think that that's why I still think that all the actors should have a role to play, because this is not only a question of media literacy. Nowadays, we're living in a total different media landscape, when the information is not that long as it used to be before. It's very fragmented. The concentration of the audience is very short. They are just used now to see only 30 seconds. The best is 1 minute thing. They cannot go in very deep and profound research and news stories. And that's the nature of the audience today. We cannot say that this is not happening. So shall we change the way how we do journalism, or shall we change the attitude of the audience? This is a big question. That
I like it that you bring up the million-dollar questions now. It's not only my thing.
Exactly.
But I think there are more questions in the room also, and there's one here. Can you maybe introduce yourself briefly?
Yes, of course. Hi, I'm Dušica Mrđa. I'm news editor of North Macedonia TV station, National TV station 24. And thank you for all your discussion. But I think the key question from all of this, for me, is some reality check what is happening in Macedonia recently. And from now on, I'm gonna continue on Macedonian, because the theme and the subject is very sensitive and very emotional. So I want to be very precise. So
headphones.
Can I?
Multilingual, you don't need headphones.
Yes, of course. Very well.
A year and 2 months ago in Macedonia, a catastrophe occurred. There was a fire in a discotheque in a very small town of Kočani. 63 young people died, most of them children, most of them under the age of 18. This was something that is seemingly a discotheque. It only looks like a discotheque.
Ministru.
Test, can you hear me? Good. So 1 year and 2 months ago, there was a catastrophic fire of a discotheque in a small town of Kočani. 63 young people died, most of them under the age of 18, even children. Then we found out this year only that what was called a discotheque, as one current Minister of Internal Affairs called it, a stable. This stable didn't meet any safety criteria for 13 years. The 13 years authorities just let it work as it is and allowed the largest catastrophe in Macedonia to occur. And now, what was in the beginning in the focus of all the media, including the national, the mainstream media, the traditional media, all the portals, etc., that the Prime Minister and all the politicians after him claimed on the media every day that everything that will be mentioned with regards to Kočani are the necrophilia news. They deemed the necrophilia news, that they made sensational necrophilia debates because they were glorifying the death of these children. Now we have a phenomenon, a catastrophic phenomenon in my opinion. The parents of these children, 1 year and 2 months after this event, are going on street marches. They demand justice for their children. Do you know that on the last Saturday march, how many media followed them? Only one. Only TV24 held a mic to them. And a couple of local ones that took over or copied some part of the news. The latest state media agency for Kočani was regarding to some Orthodox priests and nothing else. The Macedonian TV, which is budget financed, didn't have even 30 seconds of report regarding this event. These parents of the deceased people were guests at only what TV station? 24. Of course, they were present on the media portals, but not TVs. There is a court case, which according to the lawyers is another catastrophe. There are legal precedent on this court case. There are reports regarding, as we say, very briefly, very superficially of what was going on this court case. So my dilemma is what the Professor Krstić said. This is not dependent or independent media. We are talking about, unfortunately, and serving this catastrophe, professional and unprofessional behavior. And unprofessional reporting wins here. And the mainstream media, while we had the dictatorial regime with Macedonia, and that can return, these media were the oasis of professionalism. But when we're talking about Kočani, there is not a literal person that will put the topic on a high level on the news. God forbid researching anything in more depth, or ask the politicians, the national representatives in the assembly that are financed by the people. So there was a survey committee, both the opposition and the position in this committee that are blind to what is happening. I'm telling you again, the media that served as oasis of reporting during the dictatorial regime are now blind to what was happening. I believe that the dependent and independent media is a wrong terminology. Now we are talking about professionals and unprofessionals.
Can I ask, just to be clear, I understood. So the reason why the other media have not covered the event, you say it's because they are unprofessional, not because they were asked to.
Everything was well.
Every single day says every piece about Kochani fire is necrophilia. Every piece, every time. And when the opposition leader is silence on that, doesn't answer anything. And they're in coalition when it's Kochani in question. Even the professionals from the dictators' regimes are quiet about Kochani. So maybe they're speaking the politician directly to the owners that Nazim was saying. But how can we speak about public good when that catastrophic of 63 children died? It's not public good in Macedonians, maybe.
Nazim, maybe you can give us some understanding of this, what we can learn from this case.
In a way, what Dušica, because we know we are colleagues, we're friends, is saying that is one of the most important human aspect story in our country, and there is no answer still yet why the fire happened, and nobody is accountable. But what Dušica is referring to is that major media outlets do not continue to make this question. Why? Because it will backfire to the government and to government officials. And the question is, and what we discussed is here, how do we tackle professionalism and influence when we have this kind of case where by default we should cover it because it's human aspect story that nobody, I mean, in our conversation we say this, wouldn't be dared before to hide this story because it's human story, you know. But unfortunately, we have political forces, and it will probably go to the point that we started. They are the main reasons why they do not understand the journalism as a public good, and whenever it's not in their interest, they're trying to silence you. And now, not directly with journalists, but with other means.
And I'm sorry. I'm more concerned that I said, I think, 4 and 3 times, the media, mainstream media, who were fighting with the regimes, with the bad stories, are now quiet for this kind of story.
Can I just add 1 minute?
Yes, we have a lot more questions just to manage expectations. We are over time, but I want to have finishing statements. I know there are many more questions here. I have many more questions as well, but we are over time as a Swiss. But let me get a chance for some to respond. Yeah,
Yes,
there's some people want to say, and then we have to finish, unfortunately.
We'll just do very shortly. This is terrible what happened in your country, but I have to say that exactly the same narrative was perpetrated from the regime against professional journalism in Serbia, who tried to reveal what happened in Novi Sad, terrible tragedy when 16 people died on the 1st of November 2024. So I think they used the same necrophilic word to say, like in journalism, if it bleeds, it leads, right? The more blood, the more clickbait you get. But this was not the point. It was like the same kind of narrative used to attack professional journalists, and actually spilled from what happened from the very first event of the 1st of November 2024 to actually completely deteriorate the topic at the end, because the public propaganda and the political propaganda went a completely different way. Only the investigative journalists and professional journalists in Serbia kept on the way to reveal and to try to make the government accountable and transparent and responsible for what happened, and it was the question of corruption. So it is the same narrative that has been used to verbally attack journalists, and you know what is the largest consequences of all? It's the self-censorship. Because after, and what Iris was saying at the beginning, you got probably scared and you said, I don't want to go to work anymore, because in Serbia, professional journalists opt for leaving profession and make them self-censored. and which is even worse than the censorship, political censorship or any kind of censorship, because then you decide, I need to change the subject, I want to deteriorate this topic, hey, editor, I'm not doing this anymore because my professional and my personal life is in danger. So this is the largest consequence, and this is not only in our region, it's a global threat, like, you know, the chilling effect.
You
the
both,
chilling effect.
The last short remark.
yeah, was there any reaction to this type of
I
narrative?
think if you start asking more questions, so let's just
Okay.
make this discussion a lot longer.
I'll ask you over lunch.
Over lunch.
Over lunch,
break
okay,
coming up.
sorry.
So sorry, can I have a short?
Yeah, and there was a question there for a long time
It's
waiting.
just a short comment.
Okay, very short.
Very short. I'm waiting for too long, so
Yes.
I will try to be very short. I think that in this discussion about trust, we are missing the perspective. Marko Miletić, Portal Machina from Serbia. I think that we are missing perspective from audience or citizens. So I doubt that we will have trust in media, as you were speaking and mentioning, like the 20th century situation and so on. I doubt that it will happen again. I think that one of important things is that question of identification. I think that the citizens or audience is actually asking for identification with different journalists or media or content and so on. So people lost identification or trust in corporate media because they were left behind too many times. They were betrayed by state or public-owned media. They are not represented by party-owned or party-represented media and so on. So they are seeking identification with the media or journalists who are actually speaking from their perspective. And that's why you have a lot of, you know, like content on social networks that people are trusting. And a lot of this content is a good content, and we shouldn't just throw it away, but we should find filters how to actually include this in the media sphere in general.
Thank you very much. And I think this also this also shows that, if nothing else, this discussion shows that we have to continue the discussion. We have to continue this. We have a higher state of confusion now than before, maybe, but that's maybe also a goal. There are many questions still out there, but I have to stop for now and discuss on during lunch or during the conference or beyond. Thank you very much to the experts here on stage. Thank you for your interest, your engagement, and have a good conference.
Më kanë kap dhe çuna tjetër dhe kam thënë që nuk është se ka mundur.
Test, hey, hey, hey.
Hey, hey, test, test, test. Test, 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 test. Test in the tre. Test, test, test.
Okay, good afternoon. Can you all hear me? I think so. Okay. Good afternoon. A pleasure to be again back in Albania. My name is Marius Dragomir. I'm going to be the moderator of this afternoon session. My background is in journalism, but today I'm representing an institution called Media and Journalism Research Center, which is obviously a research center affiliated with University of Santiago de Compostela in Spain, where I'm residing. Just before we start, let me just share with you a bit of the house rules. I'm going to very briefly introduce a paper, just some of the key findings of a paper that I have produced for OSCE last year, and some forward-looking thoughts. And then I'll pass the floor to our great panelists here for an introduction that can be, I don't know, between 10 and 20 minutes. And then we'll open the floor to discussion and to questions. Without further ado, let me just start my short presentation. This is again, you can find the paper on the online. It was a study that was commissioned by OSCE looking into, as the title says, advancing media ownership transparency reform in Albania, which has been an ongoing process for some years, and we'll hear very soon about that. The purpose of this paper was, let me see if this works. The purpose of this study was to answer two questions. Yes, thank you. Armela is here, so she will correct me because this was published in autumn last year, and any mistake, I hope, is because of time and not because of the research work. Anyways, back to the study. The purpose of this study was to answer two questions. What is the state of media pluralism in Albania? And that is not a question that and an issue that only Albania is dealing with, as I'm sure all of you know, but the whole of Europe and now many other countries. And the second was what else can be done to improve that. And of course, we started by collecting data. This study was based on desk research and document analysis, but also on interviews with, if I remember correctly now, a dozen of experts from Albania that I carried out last year. Here you have some of the numbers. I won't bother you with that very much because I'm sure you know them, but the key finding here is that this is a country that looks plural on the surface. You have a huge number of online portals. Again, in the study, you will find another figure that is different due to methodological differences. But at the same time, you have this high level of concentration. 87% of the television audience controlled by the top 4 owners, and then a very high percentage of the advertising market absorbed by television. If you look at that, and if I just remove the Albanian media paradox here, believe me, I think we can match that with probably like 90% of the countries in Europe today. And if I delete even the date on this slide, I think we've had this conversation for about 25 years, so I could have actually used the slides all my life so far. Now, again, these are data from the study when it comes to the media ecosystem. We listed that things and facts that you have seen in other studies, the control of commercial television by a small group of conglomerates. But what is the more important, and I always made reference to the European Union documents in this study because I think they provide, first of all, the problem spotting function. Secondly, they provide, hopefully, they provide the fixes and also the supervision. And we identified the 4 interconnected systemic risks that have been present in the European Commission progress reports for years. One has to do with, I just shared with you, the ownership concentration. The second very serious problem that has affected media system in Albania, the political and business overlaps, the problem of opaque public funding, state funding, that funds routed via intermediaries to media outlets without transparency criteria, and then a major issue, I'm not sure what the situation is today, that was mentioned by experts in Albania, the precarious labor conditions among journalists. Now, because I spoke about the EU, fortunately, we had a lot of developments at the EU level, and one that is very relevant for our discussion is obviously the European Media Freedom Act, which is, as I just mentioned, it is designed to provide the fixes. And of course, you have a lot of details in the law, but some of the articles that we monitor at the center, and in fact we have used the research for this study, are those referring to ownership transparency, and I think the law provides very good provisions, legal provisions on disclosure of direct, indirect, and beneficial owners, and conflicts of interest consolidated in a public database. This is exactly what has been happening in Albania. The pluralism test in the Article 22, the state funds are tackled by another article, another provision, and then of course the independence of regulators and public service media. Of all of that, if you really look and analyze what is happening with the independence of public media in Europe, the pluralism test, in my view, and other scholars too, I think is the key issue here. If you, first of all, if you manage to map that, and this is probably something that we'll discuss today with the proper means, and if you manage to actually ensure pluralism, I think you reach to the heart of the discussion on media independence and the power of media in Europe. We have in the study a gap analysis. Again, things may have changed, but we looked at what may be seen as critical or moderate or major gaps when it comes to all these issues discussed: the ownership disclosure, financial transparency, public funding. Very happy to hear about the updated picture today. And then again, I was asked by our colleagues at OSCE to offer some ideas from the world, from the European experiences. And of course, one thing that appeared in every study I have done in my career is that there is no single model fitting any country. I think it's really a mistake to go and just try to import a regulatory model into another country. However, there are elements that can be combined. And here I won't get into that, but there are very good experiences drawing on the German model, focused on audience share thresholds. You can look at the French model that looks at structural caps and content oversight. Italy has been measuring pluralism by looking at funding, which I think it's a very important way to try to understand what funding goes to what media outlets. In fact, I'm very strongly in favor of that model, because it really shows where the concentration of wealth versus concentration of ownership is. Ireland is a very interesting example, because Ireland uses ownership thresholds to fund media. So essentially, if you are not in the media pluralism bracket, you don't have access to that. And then the one example that I really enjoyed over the years is the Swiss example, which combines a series of indicators, including opinion forming power index, audience reach, surveys about media ownership concentration, and the others, in a very, very comprehensive indicator mix. So again, these are just examples. I think there are others, and I'm sure our panelists here know very much about other potential and useful models. If you go to the paper, you will find a roadmap for Albania. Again, this is I felt I'm indebted when I created this map to mostly to the interviews with the experts here, because they know very well what is happening. I'm not going through that, but it's a process that I think has been discussed in the Albanian context for some years, and I think there has been some agreement on that when it comes to the laws that need to be adopted, to the expansion of the strategy of the registry. A lot of experts mentioned the need of including the public funding, also the question of online news media, what is happening, who's regulating that, and of course the phase 3, it's about the enforcement, which is from a very practical and regulatory point of view a very important step, because that's actually that's the stage when you test your assumptions and your models. That being said, this is my last slide. In the study, in fact, when I was writing this study, it was very frustrating, because with every series of questions and changes in the study coming back from the various series of peer reviews that we have conducted there, well, you saw the ground shifting all the time, and I think we all feel that with the start of AI a couple of years ago. and the changes that the new technologies have produced in the media systems and not only. And again, at the time, our center was conducting a research project looking into these changes based on interviews with regulatory experts across Europe, which in fact we managed to finish it now. At the time we published the paper for OSCE, this work was only mentioned in a footnote, but now in fact we have the results, and in fact the study will be published this week. I want to insist on that. What I wanted to make are a couple of observations here. First of all, we receive very strong signals from many research projects, and I think we need even more research projects that the content consumption is moving very fast to a new layer of communication infrastructure. And I think, again, I'm not telling you something new. I think we feel that on our, in our own experiences, but this is something that is really strong, coming in our work. In fact, I think this is based on a combination of research acumen, but also gut feeling. I think our society have already moved to the new artificial intelligence systems. I think people at whatever level in society are operating in that level, and that has huge implications and consequences for the media. The second observation has to do with the consequences that I just mentioned, and there are many, but one of them is the rise of an AI licensing market. As you may know very well, there are some of the large AI systems are signing contracts with various media outlets to feature them in their feeds. And of course, this is like a normal development, but I think what we are witnessing here is the rise of a two-tier system with some media outlets included in the answers and some others not. In fact, there is a recent study that was written by Courtney Rutch, a researcher and scholar from the US, that is looking into that, and she notices that a lot of local, regional, or non-English media are left behind and not included in the systems, and I don't have to tell you about what the consequences can be. The third observation has to do with infrastructural dependencies, and we had that since the time of social media. Of course, you depend on social media, but now we have a totally new layer of players that are, create dependencies, especially with huge implications for media pluralism. So the conclusions to all of that is that we really notice a very fast transition from owners and outlets, from a product list that needs to be monitored and mapped, to the need of mapping and understanding functions, dependencies, and control points. And this is something that our classical media ownership and media pluralism framework doesn't capture. So what we need, I strongly believe, is a future-facing framework that would include pluralism indicators. I still believe that media ownership is important to be included in that, but I think we have to move really fast from the classical media pluralism instruments to be able to really understand what is happening in the media freedom field. I would leave that here, so that's my presentation, and again the paper is available online. And now let's move to the panel. We have a lineup of amazing speakers for today, and I will start with Armela Krasniqi. Great to see you again in a panel. Armela is, I don't think she needs any introduction, but let me do the two sentences. In fact, we have a project at our center. Some of my students are mapping the key regulatory experts in Europe, trying to understand how they do, and they map what you say and so on. And you are one of the most dynamic presences on social media, and expressing your opinions and presenting your studies and so on. So it's great to have you here. Armela is the chair of the Audiovisual Media Authority of Albania, elected by the Albanian Parliament in 2021, and the professor of journalism and communication at universities in Albania and Pristina. And she also serves still, right, as the vice president of the European. No,
the mandate.
Everybody finished the other week, okay. But she served as the vice president of the European platform of regulatory authorities. Armela will talk to us today about what is happening in the media ownership mapping and regulation in Albania. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm so happy to discuss all these topics, which for me now are more and more present despite my profession, despite my background. For the beginning, I have to say, you spoke about the independence of regulatory, and I have to say only one data. We monitored 7 elections from 2021. And all the data that AMA produced, there were never contest, alleged, call it as you want, from any political party, from the industry itself, or from the civil society, which is a strong component in our society. So 7 processes, general to general, 1 general for the municipalities, and some by elections, all these 0 contest, which means that AMA executed very well its job. Something else, in 5 years, we had more than 500 decisions by our board, which some of them, as usual, goes to the court. There are 800,000 of euros penalties for 5 years. And the people went to the court, which is quite normal. In 80% of the cases, the judges give right to AMA. So we win 80%. I'm giving this as the introductory because it's very important, I think, to understand what is this regulatory that I'm representing is doing, and the board, because I don't do the work alone. We are 7 members of the board. So, of course, transparency it's not a matter only of compliance, but a key element of democratic resilience. In this regard, we in AMA have integrated regulatory monitoring with data access, institutional cooperation, and continuous improvement on the legal framework. I'll read. Oh, it's not going. Okay. One too far. What we are doing, yeah. So AMA, of course, has adopted a strategic approach focused on enhancing transparency and aligning national media regulation, and when I say media, it's only radio and television, with European Union standards. These efforts closely is linked to the EU framework, and you see the acts that we are prepared, or we have the knowledge in our institution to transpose in our national law, which is European Media Service, the Audiovisual Media Service Directive with the acronym AVMSD, the European Media Freedom Act, EMFA, the Digital Service Act, DSA. In line with the full alignment I will have problems with that. Okay. In line with full alignment of the Audiovisual Media Service Directive, Article 5, and with the full transposition of the Article 6 of EMFA, on 28th of January of this year, the Parliament of the Republic of Albania adopted the law number 15/2026 of certain amendments of the law 97/2013 on audiovisual media of the Republic of Albania as amended. The law addressed issues related to media transparency ownership, the relevant definitions, as well as the fines of media service providers in case of non-compliance with the legal obligations. I have to say, since I see Anita here, the fines were aided by the platform of dialogue, and 90% of the let's say, the opinions of our suggestions from the platform were added in our legislation. This law advances the efforts to increase the transparency in media ownership structure. Through these amendments, a new framework for media ownership transparency is introduced, requiring media service providers to disclose detailed information regarding their legal identity, ownership structure, beneficially owners, as well as revenues derived from state advertise or from public authorities of third countries, while simultaneously respecting the principle of privacy and personal data protection. AMA is entrusted with the responsibility of administering a national database when it comes to what is under its jurisdiction. So the audiovisual media ownership, and ensuring that this information is publicly accessible, accurate, and regularly updated in cooperation with the National Business Center, which held the data for every business in Albania. So, yeah, a little bit here. Following the legal amendments to the media law, AMA has continued its work on drafting the regulation, the last act, on the advertise, when we have even the formula for all the media to declare how they will declare the money that will come from public entities or state entities. And this is still in the public consultation. Okay, so in order to ensure regulatory compliance within the audiovisual media sector, AMA undertakes a thorough review of ownership structure related to legal changes. This process includes the following key areas of oversight and declaration. Reviewed by AMA of changes, the review of by AMA of changes in the ownership structure within the same audiovisual service provider, legal entity, holder of a license or authorization issued by AMA, which do not result in transfer or assignment of rights deriving from the license or authorization. The review of changes in ownership structure between private legal entities of audiovisual media service providers in case of entering into a civil legal relation that result in the transfer of assignment of rights deriving from the license or the authorization. Declaration of information regarding the ownership structure composition of the audiovisual media service provider, legal entity, holder of a license or authorization issued by AMA, including UBOs, the ultimate beneficiary owner. Enhance transparency regarding the origin of found sources used to carry out capital stakes of each partner or shareholder. Declaration of any potential conflict of interest that might influence the activity of the audiovisual media service provider by its owners. Let's go further. Okay. Okay. AMA also has developed and published a very comprehensive ownership structure transparency database accessible through its official website. This database serves as a central up-to-date resource containing detailed information on all licensed and authorized audiovisual media services providers in Albania. It includes data on both legal entities and individual owners, extending to the full identification of UBO. By publishing this information, our institution ensures that the ownership structures to all of audiovisual broadcasters are fully transparent and traceable, thereby enhancing public trust and, of course, the regulatory oversight. This initiative represents a key step in promoting accountability and integrity within the audiovisual sector, while also preventing hidden market concentration and potential conflict of interest. Moreover, it reflects AMA's strong commitment to align with the European Directive, Audiovisual Media Service Directive 1808, and with EMFA, with the Article 6 at least of EMFA. So, it is a little bit complicated, but better to be clarified for all who wants to listen. Each tax identification number of the Register of National Center of Businesses of the registered entities in the database is automatically linked to official data from this center, ensuring the accuracy, reliability, and continuous updating of the information. The integrated system enables AMA to maintain a dynamic and transparent record of ownership structure that reflects real-time changes in the audiovisual market. The information included in the database we can see that is the official declaration provided by NBC, self-declaration submitted directly by the audiovisual media entities. I have to say that all the broadcaster has this obligation to self-declare in the institution, and then we have to cross the data that we gather from NBC, and of course update is submitted to AMA. Through this verification process, AMA guarantees that all data on ownership remain consistent, credible, and in compliance with national legislation and European transparency standard. I'm going a little bit faster. The data includes the ownership of transparency. You can see how they are the categories that we have in our website, and if you see cable, you have to understand that the 67 entities are only cable, which means retransmitters by cable. If you see these provider 27 entities, these are online televisions. Repetitive means OTT, audio means radio, and audiovisual 36 means televisions. I have to stand a little bit here because we have 36, but nationwide we have 16. Please remember this number. 16 televisions which operate nationwide. I don't think that other countries has this kind of possibility, 16 televisions nationwide. Okay, for each entity in the database, you'll see the tax identification, the company licensed by AMA, the person is legal person, the legal form of entity, the partners in percentage in the audiovisual media service provider, the beneficiary owners, which to some extent we'll see the type of ownership, which is even direct, even indirect in some cases, depends on the, and of course the service of the coverage area. Okay, you can see these are just a screenshot from our webpage. You can see the structure, and then let's go in some others. You see?
So this is how the data looks on
our
register.
website. I got some. Please see the structure of Top Channel, one of the families that you mentioned before. But I have to say, even for that, some comments of mine. You know, I am the black sheep here. So I don't like that, but I have to do my job. Direct ownership was found to be lowest among repetitive audiovisual media service provider at 8.46% and highest among radios. In contrast, indirect ownership reaches its peak among audiovisual at approximately 52%, while the lowest level are observed among the providers at 21%. This categorization highlights the diversity of control of structure across different types of media service provider and underscore the importance of regulatory oversight. I will tell you also one slide. You see all the televisions here. And this is how our web page looks like, because everyone writes, but no one goes to the web page. You know, I have seen a lot of crazy things all these days. And it's very important to understand how our web page is, because everyone writes, but no one reads. It's, to be the opinionist is famous in our country. The result indicate that approximately 40% of audiovisual media service providers are owned by natural persons, meaning that the company's shareholder is the same as the UBO. This form of ownership is particularly prevalent among cable and providers at 15.7%, reflecting a significant portion of the sector under the direct individual control. In all cases analyzed, the ultimate beneficial owner were clearly identified, enabling AMA to accurately update and maintain its ownership transparency database, further among strengthening regulatory oversight and market transparency. Okay, you see how they are composed. Okay, so AMA publishes an annual something else that we do is our the dynamic, we call them bulletin, but it's the dynamic of the whole media, which serves as an instrument for promoting transparency and providing guidance within the media sector. Through this publication, AMA offers to the broadcasters, researchers, students, and all the interested parties a comprehensive overview of the state and trends of the media market, supporting both development and accountability in this important sector. The analysis presented in the bulletin goes beyond the core media activities to illustrate how audiovisual media services are interconnected with various sectors of nation economy in different sectors of our economy, highlighting their broader economic influence and contribution to different development areas. Based on the latest available data, the economic distribution across the different types of broadcasters shows that a clear pattern. Televisions have the largest share of their economic activity in information and communication sector, accounting 29%. Radio stations demonstrate a high concentration of investments on real estate sector, 27%. Cable operators contribute primarily to the wholesale retail trade sector, with 22%, while other services are more focused on the information and communication sector, contributing at 40%. This detailed economic mapping provides a transparent picture of media operators, broader engagement in the national economy and services as a reference for regulatory monitoring and market analysis. So, In the conclusion, I have to say that, of course, we have to go and to transpose every piece of legislation which will improve the environment of the media, but even the pluralism. But Leo, can you help me with the National Center of Businesses? Because I have to have your attention here. We have this data that you see, all these details of every media. Yeah, this is, go at, for example, to Top Channel. And we see the first name, Lorela Hoja. Please copy and paste to national, just the name, not the NIMT, not the tax identification number, please. Can you check? This is only Albanian style, I think, because no one else in the world I know to have this like this. Can you see? Every kind of activity that they have is here in the National Business Center, just with a name. I know that in Europe this is not doable. And the law, not the law, the European Court in 22 November of 22 said to all this kind of transparency, stop, it's enough. Because these people can be subject of extortion, blackmail, you know the story, Olaf, better than me. But nevertheless, go to another subject. Not here, let's go to clan, yeah. Please copy and paste the name. I don't know more transparency than this. And if you go to that E, it's all the historic of every changes, I don't know, the board members, the statute, everything is there. You'll see the history, how they operated through the years, not only one step. And I know perfectly that other regulators in Europe, not regulators, but even this Center for Businesses in Europe never do that. Because, as the European Court says after the Luxembourg case, is you have to have a legitimate interest to connect this name with those activities or this and that. So more transparency than in Albania, which is very easy in our country because everyone knows everyone and we know every story behind. But more transparency than this, I don't know if you will challenge me with another story. Branko, my colleague from Montenegro, they have done also the ownership structure, but of course with this legitimate interest, as all EU has done. In Albania, everything is, you know, like you can see and you can threat and you can do whatever you want because everyone, if you want, we can go to others. But I have to say something. What you presented at the beginning, it was referring to 2018? Because I've seen the data, there were some 2018 or not?
They were collected last year.
And I have to, sorry me for being long, and you have to interrupt if I'm a little bit long.
No, go ahead.
Okay. 80%, 87%. This is a figure that I'm not listening for the first time, but it's not true. Okay. Do not say more than that. 80% controlled by 4 owners. How comes? We have this market with 16 televisions which transmit in every piece of the country with a normal remote control, free to air, not paying, free to air. The Albanians here in the room can be the testimonial. They can see Newsiste Qatar, they can see CNA, they can see A2, CNN, they can see Euronews in every part of the country with a remote control. So, and that is true that every family has one television. They don't have cross-cut among each other. So, because the law doesn't permit in Albania, if you have 100% in one company, audiovisual I mean, to the other, you can't have more than 30% if I'm not wrong. So, how comes that this 87% of the audience, we don't have the measurement of the audience. I don't know, this data, they are circulating like this. It's very important to understand. We have to see the reality how it is, not based on the perception.
Of course. Now, just to clarify on the issue of methodologies and the data that was used from a third party, which is BIN and Media Ownership Monitor, that was measuring the percentages accumulated as such.
The problem is that these people who write, they never speak with persons which works daily basis. Even with our engineers, they don't speak. Even with our database, they don't see and they don't listen. It's very important to understand that if we have 4 televisions with 80%, 87%, no, come on. And others, what are they doing? Who will say me in this room, the Albanian one, please, that you don't see, I don't know, Suritava? Who don't see it? The Albanian one, remember Alida, who don't see Ora News? We see it even through the Tirana. If you go, you will see the yeah. Who don't see? Remember one other broadcaster? Do CNN. Who don't see? Who don't see in Albania Euronews? Who don't see Yuli Rakipi at Matsana? Sorry.
Right. Well.
No. If the Albanians are here, please contest me if I'm wrong.
We'll open this to the discussion. I think it's a very important point. So you are arguing that the level of pluralism is higher than.
No, I'm not confirming nothing. But 80% of the audience can't be true.
Okay.
Among four entities, because it's impossible. We have 16. TVs that goes across the country. And we don't have audience measurement. How some researchers, because I have a problem even with the researchers, I do research and I teach research, and I never saw research not knocking to the institution. Just asking, not taking notes, just asking the institution about what they do daily, how they do it, how they measure it.
Thank you very much.
It's not against you, Marius.
No.
You know, but at some point is something that we have to see the things as they are.
Not at some point. We should always follow this because these are very important issues.
In Albania, it's very difficult to exercise that. But it's the same story that I say always, and Dan here from OSCE has always listened this story. For example, we have these reports from ODIHR which say regarding to AMA, this time of was given to this political party, this airtime to this political party, this much volume of advertise, and then the civil society get that amount of advertise and say to the political parties, you hidden your money because this volume of advertise, it's not respective to the money that you declare to Central Electoral Commission. And in the end, guess what? After everyone using this data, no complaints, 0 complaints till to the end. Guess what? Interlocutors said that AMA is politicized. And we read this in the same report that we see the data, which are not contested, the same report of ODIHR, you know? And then, in the end, AMA is politicized. Sorry. but double standards in the same? How to explain to civil employees in AMA?
Thank you. Thank you. These are very. We'll get back to that the discussion. In fact, the debate about measurement, I think, is very important. It's exactly what we are talking about here, and that's why I insisted a bit and examples on how and what to measure. And again, this is a very, in fact, the issue about citing and research is very important to me. So I'll really have to get back to you on that again. But let's we have more speakers, and we want to hear from North Macedonia. Leonora Kalici is a journalist, television presenter, and media professional from North Macedonia with nearly 2 decades of experience in public service broadcasting at Macedonian Radio and Television. Is called, right? The institution. Throughout your career, you worked as a journalist, editor, news presenter, program producer, and host of current affairs programs. Very important to mention is that you serve as the president of the managing board of the Council of Media Ethics in North Macedonia. So let's hear about the North Macedonian experience next.
Yes, Marius, thank you very much for this very beautiful introduction. I am very pleased to be here and to discuss about this very meaningful topic, which is media ownership transparency, and which is often treated as a narrow legal question, but it's in core, in this heart, stays freedom of media, editorial independence, public trust, and democratic accountability. So when we talk theoretically about the media ownership transparency, we have to talk, and maybe as Armila said, we have so many points to discuss. I was in too many panels today, and we have discussed, there were so many topics, but everything is going back to the trust in the media, trust in the integrity, getting back the trust in media and getting back the integrity of journalists. So when the citizens knows who stays behind this media or who creates their opinion, it will be very easy to identify the sources of creators of public opinions or political powers or economic powers that directly or indirectly influences in creating the public opinion. I will talk a little about the new changes of the law, media law in North Macedonia. In 2025, Parliament adopted amendments to the law on media that finally brought online media into legal framework. So, a register of online media publishers was established under a regulatory body, and the new framework linked recognition to criteria such as legal status, editorial presence in the country, and a Macedonian domain and minimum staffing conditions. It depends whether the media is thematic, whether it is local or concentrated in the center or Skopje. It means that European Media Freedom Act is also not yet formally implemented, as in many countries in Balkan. So we have adoption with the European law, but implementation in our country is lax. At the same time, transparency on paper is not the same as transparency in practice. I would like just to get this. I would like just a short introduction to our monitoring that we did during the local elections in 2025. Just shortly to see the results.
85% of monitored online media published an impression with basic ownership and editorial information during the local elections. So it was positive side, and it is a result of our work as a Council of Ethics in Media. It means that we somehow get to that point to try to make medias so with the other professional organizations to be more transparent, and it is also connected with media law, because I will talk about that. We had so many public discussions and different interests in between the media owners or in between the media owners' interests. And from the other side, the negative side of this monitoring process was that there were some hidden political influence over editorial lines, unclear and opaque financing models, so copy-paste journalism and weak verification, so dependence on political center of power, growing influence via social media ecosystem. So everything is connected to the media owner transparency, because when we go to that point, we go back to this situation and this how can I say, this picture of media landscape structure in North Macedonia. Mostly the medias that were publishing news during the local elections were, this copy-paste journalism is known in Balkan countries, not just in my country. And mostly they just get some information without verification, without giving some content or without anything else, and just putting in and publishing it. Mostly the medias are dependent from power centers, political or economic, because we know that mostly the medias don't have sources for financial sustainability to be able to cover their cost. In our country, which is small, we have so much medias. Just in our register, professional register of Council of Ethics in Media, we have 120 online medias that are registered. But the numbers varies, it depends on months, and some medias which will break or will be out of professional standards will be out of the register for sure. When I was talking about the public discussions about the changing the law and putting the online medias into one register, we insisted to be this register, to be our register as I mentioned, ProMedia, to be known as a professional register, and from this register, from maybe some kind of, how can I say, money that will pay medias to be part of this register, we will save or be sustainable for years. But depending on the willingness and as I said, maybe an interest of owners of the media, online medias, they insisted to create an organization for online medias and did their job. But it's okay, it's a positive side, because we see it as a kind of controlling and having, not controlling, but having a clear and visible register who owns the media. So the problem is not only whether a name appears at some impressum or in a website, but when this concern is broader, and when we talk about the European Commission has said that North Macedonia still needs a better enabling environment for free, independent and professional media, and the Media Ownership Monitor has continued to flag high risk related to concentration and weak ownership transparency safeguards. In other words, the 2025 legal reform is a step forward, but it does not by itself solve the deeper structural vulnerabilities of the media sector. So the key issue, in my view, is what happens when we move from the media law to election law. Because we had to make some changes in the electoral code. So. These changes didn't made because mostly the medias didn't register in this professional register, didn't want it to be part of this register right before elections in 2025, just to get the money uncontrolled from government. Maybe next elections we will see different pictures. So I will hope. In 2025, ODIHR noted that stated funded political advertising and weak oversight of online media financing continue to raise concerns about transparency and political influence in the media landscape. This is exactly why ownership transparency must be understood in practice, not only in theory. So the state is financing political advertising online, then the law must clearly say which outlets qualify, on what basis, under what transparency obligations, and with what monitoring. So this is not just a North Macedonian issue. Regionally, the challenge is no longer just to adopt rules. It is to build systems that connect ownership disclosure, public funding transparency, concentration control, effective enforcement. I think that more collaboration in between the institution, NGOs and professional organizations that work in this field will make changes for the getting back the public trust in our system, our state system, and in our institutions firstly, and after that in medias, and getting back our integrity. Sustainable journalism cannot survive without sustainable financing. You know that Council of Ethics in Media is a self-regulation body that works on donors. The fund, we don't have any sustainability. We all the time are trying to find a solution how to exist and be in this stage and to help and be with this integrity, but it's very hard. So we are trying to find solutions how to be financed, excluding direct financing from government, but maybe finding another solutions and collaborate very tight with the regulatory body, which can help through the citizens' taxes, or, which is in this case is the best solution, creating a pluralistic media fund that was initiated for years and addressed for years from our Association of Journalists in Macedonia. And we are part of them and think that percentage of this fund can do something to help NGOs like ours or professional journalism or investigative journalism to stay and to be partially not connected to the government and to be independent and to do their job.
Great. Thank you very much. A lot of questions, of course, on my mind, and I hope we'll have the time to address them, and I guess you have as well. But let me just give the space and the floor to Olaf Stenfad, who's bringing to the table a more pan-European comparative perspective. Olaf is the founder and managing director of Global Media Registry, which is a charitable enterprise promoting transparency, accountability, and pluralism in the digital information space. Olaf is coming with a long background in news and experience in news reporting and in investigative journalism. He's a speaker, lecturer, entrepreneur, and global expert on digital media policy and ethics. And he developed, important to say, he developed initiatives such as the Media Ownership Monitor and the Journalism Trust Initiative when they were developed with the Reporters Without Borders organization. So without further ado, Olaf, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Marius, and thanks to OSCE for having me again in this round. I entitled my talk Media Ownership Transparency 2.0, which I have to admit is not very creative, but maybe underpins Marius' point earlier to say that we might actually need at least an update of the operating system we use in this very niche kind of domain. I've structured my talk around three kind of chapters, if you wish, maybe a little bit as a point of departure, just to agree at least on a basic definition of what we actually mean when we say transparency. Maybe share, as you mentioned already, Marius, a little bit of a summary of learnings we collected throughout the past 10 years doing the Media Ownership Monitor, and maybe a few ideas and suggestions for next steps. At least internally in our team, we always try to remind ourselves that transparency is not an end in itself, and we always have to be very clear-cut in our understanding why we are doing this, what is actually the purpose. And I am afraid I have to say the purpose is changing over time. I mean, it kind of is a no-brainer. In this round, I think we don't have to discuss much why it is important. I think our starting point was very much on the media literacy side to say it's a utility almost for the general public to have easy access to this type of information. I think what we learned the hard way is that just basically publishing who owns what is not enough. You always need context to understand, and not only for the general public, but for everyone, what it actually means and how public opinion is shaped. The second purpose, and it has been mentioned already, is concentration control. Again, pretty much a no-brainer, and that's more or less the regulatory angle of things. But I think this also is changing over time, because when we say concentration, we always have to be able to explain concentration of what exactly, and what is the scope of concentration. And I think particularly if we speak about sustainability and an industry under immense pressure, I think concentration can actually maybe even be a good thing. And the third, I think, recent addition to this kind of shopping list, if you wish, is tackling foreign information manipulation and interference, because obviously ownership is one vector of influence. And this is maybe also an interesting, almost personal experience. I think when we started this, media ownership was a topic in, I would say, mostly cultural human rights media policy circles, today we talk about national security. You suddenly, not on this conference, but on many, spaces we go to, see people in uniforms, because this is obviously a completely different ballgame today. And I think this is also shaping and to an extent influencing our trade. Also, I think it's important to remind ourselves that transparency is not limitless. We are basically looking still at a very competitive marketplace where I think, and we believe it's legitimate that some data points are not public. That's always important to acknowledge. And Amela already mentioned the EU court ruling on the transparency registers, basically turning them, at least in some countries, unfortunately, almost inaccessible, which is a huge problem, but something at least we cannot ignore. And this is also kind of influencing our work a lot. So what have we learned doing the Media Ownership Monitor over the past 10 years in now almost 30 countries and counting, lately even in exotic places like Germany, where I'm from? I think it's fair to say, and it took us a bit of time to understand and acknowledge, there will never be one centralized database. It's just not realistic. There will be many, many databases. If you look into EMFA and the legal obligations for member states, at least 27 plus national databases, but also adjacent ones like the business registries, like sanction lists, like all sorts of other databases that will exist and legitimately have a right to exist in the future. So the rule of the game moving forward will be interoperability, how to merge and match those large data sets. And this is not only a nice to have, but a requirement. Also, and maybe not exclusively, if we look at the principle of country of origin in EMFA, and I think all of you know about the United Media case in this region, where all of a sudden the regulatory authority of Luxembourg is not only because it's the jurisdiction, but also in terms of media regulation responsible all of a sudden. And I can tell you, and I think it's not a secret, that they are struggling. Also, I think what is really more or less, I think, let's say, prerequisite for interoperability is to agree on terminology and taxonomy, which sounds pretty technical, and bear with me, it will get even more technical when I continue. But what I mean is we talk a lot about terms like channel, asset, media outlet, market, but are we really meaning the same thing even in another non-native language we speak? So we didn't rehearse this, but just do a little kind of quick mini survey on this panel, the three of you. If I say market, how would you define the term market, just off the cuff, Marius? What is a market?
Well, it's the place where companies, commercial and public entities compete.
Amela, what's your definition of market?
I'll say the same about the advertisers. Audiovisual is the market, but the advertiser has this market to go there.
Okay. Leonora, your definition of market?
In our field, because
yeah, we talk about media, yes.
Market, it depends on what we talked in previous panel that we are working on media, so we have to concentrate here. Market is everything that is is produced and sells and buys. Yeah.
Okay, I'll get back to this point, but I think just to illustrate, if you want to work with big data, you cannot afford ambiguity in definitions, right? Like kind of, yeah, we all have a gut feeling of what a market is, but the definition is really not clear, or we have different definitions in this field. Also, one big learning I have to admit we are struggling with, and I think all of us, is that the paradigm shift in methodology and the regulatory context, particularly when we look at influencers and solo content creators. It's almost a technical question, but trickles down to our, I think, overall understanding of this space. Like, for example, how to measure the impact of individuals on public opinion, how to aggregate data it's not so easy, to say the least, to compare the impact of a podcaster with the impact of a vlogger on TikTok with linear television. But if you want to have like a holistic view of a media market, sorry, again, the market thing, you have to find a way to weigh and compare. And this is increasingly becoming difficult when we look at these, I think, increasingly important phenomena. Another, I think, newish kind of phenomenon we look at is content sharing and syndication, which flies completely below the radar of regulation. So if, just starting with co-productions and basically buying content to kind of co-sharing licensees in linear broadcasting, to all sorts of other overt and covered ways of collaboration. This is, I think, when we speak about impact on public opinion and ownership, also something that we at least try increasingly to look at. And what I mentioned already earlier, particularly in small and tiny markets, we might shoot ourselves in the foot if we, in good faith, try to regulate concentration and actually suffocate an industry. I remember from North Macedonia, and Leonora fact-check me on this, but I think your country at least used to have the strictest cross-media thresholds ever, which is 0. So if you own a radio station, you're not allowed to own a newspaper, and the other way around. And you find similar thresholds in other countries, but in small markets, it means if that's prohibited, it's almost impossible to run a profitable business. And this is, I think, if economy of media is getting more and more under pressure, really becoming a kind of big question and problem. Something we encounter again and again is something, and I think it came up in Leonora, your presentation as well, something we would call performative or simulative transparency. And I would like to give you a few examples of what I mean by this. And just to be super correct, I'll revert to my own home country, Germany. But I think you can find these examples almost everywhere. And this is Bertelsmann and the Mohn family. So, and this is why I'm presenting from my computer. Let me just switch to the live website of the German media regulator. Marius mentioned the CAC already earlier, and if you go to their media database and if you enter RTL, what you will get is this for a company. So they have a little bit of a visualization. Not exactly sure if this is meaningful, but if you go to the list, it looks like this. And honestly, I guess even a staunch corporate lawyer will have problems to make sense of this. And what I want to drive your attention to is this 19.1 figure for the Mohn family. Now in Germany, everybody knows the Mohns call the shots. They own Bertelsmann, right? So why 19.1%? In the media ownership monitor for Germany, which was referred to earlier, if you look up RTL, here we go, they are listed with 74% because we tried in a, I would say, journalistic way to aggregate that different levels of shares in different layers of this conglomerate through foundations and stuff. And then you can click on the family and get the whole basically profile and what else they own. So this is more or less a more journalistic way of explaining leverage of an owner. I think we even wrote a little article in the findings section where we have a screenshot from their basically annual reports, where again this 19.1 figure shows up. But it's, I mean, it looks kind of transparent, but it's kind of the exact opposite because it kind of conceals the real power this family has on their quite significant big media enterprise. Another example of performative or simulative transparency is the type of legal entity. I think in every jurisdiction you have an example of a type of legal entity that is just made for intransparency. In Germany we have the beautiful GmbH und Co. KG, which actually is a kind of a hybrid type of legal entity between an LLC and a partnership. So the LLC part is transparent because it's in the records, but the partnership part is not. So when the industry would tell you, hey, we are super transparent, it's all in the business registry and the record, actually it isn't. Because these types of legal entities are just made for at least hiding parts of ownership. I mentioned already, no, this is another point, maybe a little bit specific to Germany, or maybe not. I think 80+ million citizens, quite significant size of a country. 50% of our broadcast, radio and television market is public media. I'm not judging here, but then you have to say, okay, if you want to talk about pluralism, how plural is this half of the whole market? Now, if you would ask the public broadcasters, they would say, pluralism is our second name, full stop. And then you would say, but yeah, what do you mean by this? How do you measure it? What do you do? And this is what I mean by black box. So parts of the market, and I think this is not only a problem, is intransparent. And I mentioned already content syndication. One example, again, in Germany is our newswire service, DPR. This is not a transparency problem. Everybody knows who owns DPR, but it's a concentration problem because many, many particularly local newspapers are almost completely filled up with DPR content every day. And this is a huge concentration problem, but at the content level, not at the ownership level. And this is an issue. We discovered something kind of funny and at least interesting when we did the media ownership monitor in Ireland in the radio market, because on the surface it looks super pluralistic because you have like 30+ owners running radio stations in Ireland, let's say a mid-sized market in Europe. So that's great. Up until the point where we found out that all of them, excluding the public broadcaster, basically took their hourly news bulletin from one source, which happens to be the German Bauer company. So radio news in Ireland, and obviously the rest of all those radio stations is music, so what matters if we speak about public opinion is news, comes from one source only, at least in the commercial radio sector. So high level of concentration at the content, not at the ownership level. And I think also worth mentioning is that I think in many, many countries, foreign actors use content sharing agreements of all sorts to convey their messages. Again, I'm not judging here, but this is also not always visible, but a huge vector of influence. And particularly Chinese actors do this, but also Russian actors. And again, this is does not happen at the ownership level. It works at the content level. And this is why we believe content syndication, content sharing needs more attention. So what are we going to do about it? Because I was told this is also about solutions. So I think when it comes to individuals, and this is, I think, where I have to admit we are lost, we need support from academia and regulators and others to really redefine and upgrade our methodology to measure impact of individuals and solo content creators, how they shape public opinion, how reach can be aggregated across platforms. I think this is a big void, to say the least. What we are doing at GMR is we are launching a law clinic for solo content creators, basically just to help them insulate against legal risks in all fields, copyright, competition law, tax law, press law. Let me also remind you that in the EMFA, which was mentioned already, media services providers are defined as legal entities or natural persons. I mean, let that just sink in. For legal entities, all the transparency requirement we all know, I think they kind of work for corporations, but they don't work for natural persons. If I would declare myself as a natural person, as an MSP under MFA, it's unworkable almost. And this is definitely a deficiency. I already mentioned interoperability, and here I would use the opportunity and do a quick deep dive into this particular field, because this is something we work on a lot, and this is also about solutions. Because when we speak about unified taxonomy and terminology, international standard setting, actually, we believe is a useful instrument to use for this purpose. And we have actually launched an official international industry standard setting process under ISO to create a global media identifier. And we believe it could be an useful building block to advance media ownership transparency. Why? Because our framing, I think, has changed a little bit, and this is also one of the learnings. I think we speak now more about supply chains of digital content. And if you think of supply chains of t-shirts or bananas, I think it's pretty established that you have this know your supplier, know your customer logic everywhere in every industry. And this is exactly, I think, the deficiency in our field, where the know your supplier, know your client logic is not really working well. And this is where identification, we believe, makes sense. Here are a few examples to illustrate. In Germany, as some of you might know, our largest best-selling tabloid is still Bild-Zeitung. And Bild blog is a watchdog. They call out Bild Zeitung for all the ethical breaches and mistakes they make. Algorithmically speaking, they are always lumped together, and believing neither of the two likes that a lot. But this is a problem of just very silly confusion of names. There is one Al Jazeera company somewhere, but there are many, many channels with actually very different editorial lines. This is a problem, and I think identification can help. By the way, here also you see the problem of transliteration. If you match databases across borders, sometimes you have the problem that if you take, I don't know, Arabic or Greek or Cyrillic or whatever script to Latin, you have an array of possibilities that are all true, but it confuses all databases. So this is also one use case of identification. This is another one. Phoenix in Germany is a public media outlet, basically parliamentary channel. In Arizona, there are lots of outlets that have Phoenix in their name. And on the right, this is a big media group in China that's called Phoenix. Algorithmically speaking, a big, big problem and mess up. And then on the malign side of things, the doppelganger phenomenon, I think most of you know what I'm talking about, when bad actors just basically pretend to be the BBC or the Guardian or Frankfurter Allgemeine and get away with it. Very important to say, and this is true for our work, and I think hopefully for all of us, we are not making judgments here. This is only about who is who, not about good and bad. A very good example is ISBN for books as an existing identification system. An ISBN is not telling you if it's a good book or a bad book. It's not even telling you who wrote this book. It's just a key, a digital key that helps to basically trace sources across the supply chain. So unique identification is pretty much established whenever ambiguity is the enemy. You want that your bag travels with you to Portland in Oregon or Portland in Maine or Portland in Australia, and you have a 3-letter airport code on your baggage tag to make sure it's the right Portland. So in many, many industries, this is an established instrument. Very quick, also mindful of time, let me just give you a quick idea of use cases. Obviously, platforms in their content moderations make so many mistakes just because they confuse and mess and mix up names, similar sounding names, where identification is key. Training of large language models, where it is about documentation and validation of sources. Again, you need a clear identification system. And in the best interest of media outlets to protect their reputation against doppelganger and bad actors, I think they should also have an interest to make clear who is who. Obviously, when it comes to enforcing EMFA, DSA, and other regulatory measures, identification could actually help to harmonize databases across borders, and I think it's almost imperative. And maybe also when it comes to empowering audiences, research, civil society, public-facing identification is obviously key. What we've built under ISO is this. It's basically a 16-digit alphanumeric key that can uniquely identify sources of content, which we define as a media outlet. And now I come back to definitions. So in the ISO standard, a media outlet is defined as an editorial controlling entity that is the source of content with designated staff, distribution channels, assets, and frequent periodical outputs. And this is actually the taxonomy that lies below it and how we structure our data. So you have a natural person, the owner, who owns and controls a legal entity that operates a media outlet which disseminates content, we call them assets, through channels to markets. And here's the definition of market in the ISO standard. It says a combination of geographic territory, typically one or more country, and language. So this is important. A market can be German-speaking Europe, but it can also be Lower Saxony, a part of a country. And this is how this standard has been built. This is another way of visualizing it in the actual standard document. So you basically see how the different data points are connected. And here you can see a channel can be anything from a social media handle to a terrestrial frequency to a satellite transponder, any means a media outlet uses to disseminate content to markets. And for each of those data points, ideally you have an identifier that is interchangeable and unique. And also important here when we talk about legal entities, usually it's not just one, but you have a stack of different companies or a spider web almost of companies. And it's always important to know which country defines the jurisdiction and which of those legal entities is actually the operating legal entity, which is important for the country of origin principle. So this is, if you wish, the kind of the underlying taxonomy that we enshrined in this ISO standard. It also, and happy to talk in detail afterwards who's interested in this and also share the document. It includes an annex with metadata elements that basically are tied to this identifier.
Thank you.
And it sounds almost a little bit like advertising for ISO standards. So let me say ISO standards are non-proprietary and non-for-profit, so nobody's making money here. But there are already so many existing ISO standards that I believe, and also running the MOM, we believe they are just incredibly important to make all our lives easier. There is the Global Legal Entity Identifier, which works across borders. There's even an ISO standard that works in every country in the world and is updated frequently, that defines every type of legal entity per country. There is an international standard for names. If you struggle with Ali Mohammeds and Maria Santos and Jack Smiths, but want to be unique in identification, this is an ISO standard for this. ISO country code, everybody knows them, and there is the new global media identifier. So in concluding, I talked a little bit about influencers, about the, I think, need for identification and interoperability, and just, I think I mentioned this already, I think concentration really needs to be revisited with EMFA in mind. Risk indicators were already mentioned. I think C4 most of us use in concentration control, which basically means the 4 biggest actors in a market control more than 50% equals high concentration, is not really working because we see high concentration everywhere if we apply it and it's not meaningful. And internal pluralism and content sharing is definitely a thing as well. And I guess I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for this rich presentation. Before we open the floor to you and the questions you may have, I have some, and I want to refer more now to the practical use. We spoke a lot about standards, about legal provisions. We have a database in Albania. And Armela, I want to start with you. How do you use that? I know, and in fact, we use your database a lot, and we see the studies that you publish. But in practical terms, how do you use it, or how do you foresee using that?
So, of course, previously we were limited to the companies, and we never went to the beneficiary owner. Now that we have this data, it's more important for the institution to understand what is going on in the market and to do its analysis. The analysis is to see this cross-cutting. If some entity has to some person, not entity. So the UBO is how he is spread through other companies to other entities, audiovisual, I mean, because our jurisdiction is up to that.
Right.
So it's very important for the institution to understand the dynamic of the market, but even hidden structures, as Mr. Olaf was saying previously. Now we have much more clear eyes, because we were limited at some company with some name, Focus, for example, which comes in my mind, and it was under the Focus, you see a shareholder company, but in the end, what we saw after the database, we saw just one person. It seems like it is a big company with 3 or 4 shareholders, but in the end, you see only one, or other cases like this. So now we start to rethink about our market.
Right.
So plus we'll probably soon, I don't know, it's the parliament who will decide, but probably soon we'll have to deal with the concentration also. The concentration of the market. And we have to base our thinking not only in numbers, big numbers, but even in small companies who probably might have even more attention of the market or audience of the market, and to combine everything as emphasis. So it will be more and more important, this tool that we have now, and we are using just to do our small exercises and analysis in the institution.
Thank you. Well, in fact, a very important trend that I picked up from your presentation is the cross-ownership of media companies in other industries, and this is something that we have seen as research institutions. We have done that in countries like Turkey back in the day, I mean, back 2 months ago in Hungary, and that's a very important thing among many others. Sometimes I think even more problematic than concentration, because in fact you have other players in the market controlling the narrative, and here we talk about capture. And that is, on the other hand, very hard to regulate, because you have this situation, but then what can you do? Can you force a media outlet or a company to divest from a media outlet, or what is the thinking there?
According to the legislation, you can't ask more than that. 100% to one, and to the other should be at least at maximum 30%. But I think that everyone who has a media, and there are 15, not just 4 or 5, as it was the names in your presentation. There are 15, which everyone, each of that has a lot of businesses around.
In other industries.
Not only that, even those OTTs, they have a lot of fields. Even cable TV, they have a lot, because it's you can't sanction someone because he is doing business. It's
and he's growing,
economy.
Yeah.
But what we see, and this is very important to understand, we every 31 of March, every entity should come to AMA and to submit some self-declaration about the money that he got through the year.
Okay.
and to see if it is profitable, not profitable, and so on and so forth. And I have to say that in most cases, we see real businesses that they survive depending on advertise, and we don't see any injection money from other companies to this, which means that okay, they are struggling. There are small, some of televisions have only, I don't know, 50 or 60 employees, and they are struggling. They have this revenue to 300K per year through the advertise, which we understand that they are struggling. Or sometimes we see some companies which are not surplus. We see, but the biggest one, we see that they live by their own advertise. So, and we never see this kind of injection of the money from one hand to another, because it will be reflected on their, we have this, we call balance of a media, but I don't know how it is.
The balance sheet.
Balance sheet. Sorry, because I spoke in Albanian. But this is how we do our analyze, because you have to see some data. Probably in journalistic view, data are not good. When I was a journalist, I was also to create opinion and to work on perception. Now that I'm executing this mandate, I have understood that data is very important.
Of course.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Well, this is an important discussion to open up. Just a quick question, Leonora. Thank you for your presentation, and a lot of information there. On the one hand, I just picked up the 85% of online media declaring, which is declaring their ownership and so on, which is, as you said, a sign of transparency. On the other hand, you listed a number of problems which I guess are relevant in other contexts. Just as a conclusion, what does the North Macedonian media need to improve? What is the critical, improvement that is needed for the sector to be more plural and independent? Probably it's a long list, right? You don't know where to start.
As I told you before, as I mentioned, when I try to read something or to do something, it's a journalistic instinct. I always do mistakes, but when I read my mind, it's always clear in my mind. So what we have to do, we are discussing all the time, not just in this kind of conferences. It's a big conference. It was so many topics. It was very interesting for me. And we got this, how can I say, we got power, and we have been motivated to do something in our countries. But when we face with challenges there, we don't know how to deal with that, which is the results. I think, as I mentioned, one of the things is transparency of media owners. It's not just our matter. It will clarify for the public the sources of informations there that shapes their public opinion, that creates public opinion. So with this transparency, we got to the point, and we have to show the public opinion from where it's the source of information, and they will have a clear situation, whom can they trust. Right. From other side, we have to push, not just to align with the European law, but to implement and to get somehow institutions to implement, to collaborate in between the NGOs, because we are not enemies in between us. We are trying just to do good things and to make good things, not to criticize that we are doing a good job and you are doing a bad job. So bad cop or good cop. We are not actors. We are trying to find solutions and to get to the solutions, to create maybe media pluralistic fund, as I mentioned, to support that medias. We have so many cases, as I mentioned, so in journalism, we have media organizations that work in the field of investigation journalism, and there are attacks from different sides and from medias itself that are supported from, not directly from the government, but from the businesses that are connected to the government.
Thank you. And very quickly, Olaf, a lot of topics, but no time for that. One very interesting angle, which is the influencers angle. And I know I totally understand the value of that. I think a research on the map of influencers across Europe is something that academically or just as a journalist you would always read. But in terms of regulation, and this is more like a question about how far you spread the regulation, in some countries, especially in this part of the world, trying to extend your regulation towards people who happen to be very popular might sometimes, fall into the wrong hands, especially when the governments want to clamp down on free expression and so on. So it's not specifically about that, but any thoughts you have when it comes to regulating this space? Because it's and I know that ENFA includes actual persons in that, which I think is problematic, but any thoughts on that?
Well, I can maybe answer this with a little anecdote. So when we published the Media Ownership Monitor Germany, we also have a section on the most important opinion-shaping individuals. And 3-1, one of them called and said, actually his talent agency called and said, take my name down. I don't want to be visible publicly. And I mean, he is hosting his show on YouTube with his face.
Which is public, yeah.
And he has a reach of like millions. But he just thought there is no point in being, or actually he wanted to be anonymous. And then, of course, we said, no, we leave it up. And I think the learning was that he was not acting in bad faith, but totally unaware of any, in a good sense, any responsibility, starting with an imprint.
Right.
And this is why we started thinking about kind of a law clinic to support, and I mean, mainly we talk about, maybe even underage people that start on TikTok, have fun, and put themselves actually in risk.
Right.
I mean, relatively high legal exposure in a almost unregulated space.
Right.
So I think the long answer to your question would be actually upskilling these people at this point is more important than more laws.
Right. Thank you. Well, let me just open the space for questions or any comments from the audience right away. If you have any. Yes, please. Can you introduce yourself?
Yes, so I'm Brikendari JP. I'm editor-in-chief of Koha Media, the biggest media in Kosovo, and some other things I do, okay? Doesn't matter. So I have a question for Armelia. First, compliments for the registry. I assume the second step would be linking the businesses that provide those injections to the media, work with the tenders and whatever, so that people could get the clear picture of the money. The question is, did you have cases where the UBOs, where a UBO is not the UBO? And I mean, apart from cooperating with the tax administration, the business registry administration, have you had any kind of cooperation with, let's say, central bank or whatever financing investigation unit, police, or whichever rule of law structures, in order to go a step further from what is already known in the registries of tax administration and business administration and etc. So this is the.
I see. Okay. First, we are not the government. We are just one institution. and independent institution and public institution, which is very important to understand. We have our data as they declare. And we don't do investigation because our mandate, it's not to do investigations. There is police officer, there is investigative journalism, there is a special prosecutor that we have now, SPAC, very famous in Albania. And yes, they had one case, which doesn't exist anymore. So it happens that the state works as a chain, not just one institution to ask everything to one institution because he is executing well its mandate. It's not like that. Every part of the state should do its piece. We are executing our mandate as a regulatory body. We are not investigators. We are not investigators, not in journalism nor in police. This one about the UBOs who can't be UBO. To my perspective, I have to say that when I saw indirect UBOs in some medias, I was really, wow, I didn't know this name existed. I knew one, but I didn't know the other one, which was totally unknown for the public. And you know, the Albania small market, and so everyone knows everyone. And despite my job for 20 more years in journalism, or 30, I didn't know that name, that just one of them was appearing through the public. The other one was totally hidden. Now it is in our webpage. And a lot of journalists asking who's who, you know? Plus, under our jurisdiction, we have only media registry. We can't have national business registry in our webpage. Of course, as you saw, everyone can do that exercise that Leo did it in 1 minute. Just the name, not the tax identification number, nothing requirement like this. You know the name, you can go to register, you see what everyone has, what everyone in Albania, everyone, if it is related to a business, the name will appear there. So it's very, very easy. Yeah, please.
Yeah, but then, in a sense, it becomes somehow you legitimize the UBOs, UBO that is not the UBO. I mean, we live, in Kosovo and Albania, and we all know who owns what, where, and we know it is very obvious that person is not the real owner.
No, we don't have this kind of
okay, because we have lots of doubts on that,
No, we don't have this kind of case, at least to my knowledge, no, we don't have this.
Thank you. Olaf, you want to chip in?
Please.
Just a hard temptation to add that this is the perfect, I think, case for a collaboration between civil society and regulators, because of course regulators do what's in the law and not 1 centimeter more. That's fair. But then if you have, and I think Ireland is a good case, because the Irish regulator just basically commissioned us to do the media ownership in complying with the EMFA plus doing media literacy in Ireland, because as a regulator, they cannot publish a profile page about a person and write it up. Of course not. But we can. So you have kind of this arm's length collaboration, which actually works pretty well, I think.
Thank you. Yes, please.
Branko Bošković, I'm a member of the Council of the Montenegrin Agency for Audiovisual Media Services. When I spoke this morning at the panel, I said that one of the most pressing issues in media now is transparency, because we're not dealing with the censorship as it was the case like 20, 15, 10 years ago. Now there's another way to do something which is basically censorship. But we had the case with United Media in Montenegro, and the agency was criticized a lot because on the ground that we allowed illegal media concentration. But by our law, it was not. It was, yes, it is a media concentration because they had 2 TV stations, national TV stations. They also had a cable provider. So basically, it's a huge market share, but it's not illegal, simply because there are people who are owners, and we presented it in our database. Now, and that was why I laughed before, because one of the key issues that we were concerned about was data privacy. And what I saw here, I didn't know it was as transparent as it is, but I think on the long run, someone will raise this issue in the court, and it should be changed, because it's a lot of sensitive information. So my point then was that regulators do their job, their mandate. They don't go beyond. And I think that's very important to know, that regulators cannot do everything. And I completely agree here, even though the public, especially NGOs, expect us to do everything. No, it's not. It's simply not the case. I also wanted to raise another point that you mentioned. It's about influencers, which I also mentioned very briefly this morning. We are now in the process of trying to register some, and we are not the only ones. The regulators in the EU are dealing with same issues. I guess you are as well. And it's not easy, and it's exactly because of this. They can simply say, well, we don't want to register, and we cannot do basically nothing. We can name shame them if we want, but legally, no, because there needs to be cooperation of different institutions. First of all, from the tax authority, which needs to do their job if they want to do it, but then they need a strong legal framework. So regulators are there to care about national interest, public interest, to care about media they regulate, but they are not institutions that will do everything. If there is a doubt about whatever, there is a court, and we can just file a claim or inform the court or prosecution about it. And I think that's all that we should do. Just public needs to know that the responsible regulator does what's according to their mandate, not more than that.
Of course, thank you very much for that that mention. That's very important. And I think on the one hand, I think we all know that. On the other hand, I think one very important mission of any regulator is to ensure or to do its best to ensure media pluralism. I think that's the most important thing, and I think that's a key provision that ENFA is bringing, because media, we have spoken about that for like 3 decades now without much actually achievement. This is not about measuring competition in a media market as you measure competition in a shoe production, market. And the test that ENFA is bringing, I think it's essential. Of course, how it's going to be implemented is a different story. If you go from country to country, it's a different story, but that's going to be important. And the second thing, yes, the issue of media concentration is becoming very contested, because if you look at that, as I mentioned that we have a study mapping funding in the media, and to me that's actually more important. If you really look at where the money in a media market is going, you will find totally different things and very nuanced findings that actually help understand many other things. But that's a huge discussion that we keep having. I think we still have time for questions and comments. Yes, please.
My name is Stanley Kwenda. I'm from Amnesty International. I have a quick question for Olaf. You mentioned content creators and the idea of a law clinic for creators. I'm just curious how you have found that process and the uptake of that idea among content creators. What has it been like?
Funny that you ask, because the mindset of content creators is so very different. I mean, if you would offer training to journalists, they would say, oh yeah, is it for free? I come. Influencers would say, what do you pay me if I come? So actually creating incentives is a starting point. I think we consider ourselves lucky because we are building this with one of the big tech companies. And they basically see it as a helping hand to make influencers on their platform not only successful, but basically mitigate risk. And a big segue into success are talent agencies, because most of the more successful influencers go through agencies, and they also have a vested interest that their clients basically stay out of trouble.
Thank you. We have another question here.
Well, it's more of a comment based on what you've just said. We had an experience in Bosnia and Herzegovina with some of the media literacy and law clinics with the influencers. And 2 things we learned from that is, first of all, that basically when we, in general, both in trying to regulate it and educate them, In Bosnia and Herzegovina, we do not make a difference, too much of a difference, which is wrong, of course, between like commercial influencers and solo content creators. So it's very often mixed and matched, you know. Basically, we consider like people who just like, you know, sell their own personal opinion or personal life and privacy, almost as if they are the content creators. On the other hand, we have journalists who, for example, lost their jobs after, I don't know, Al Jazeera Balkans was closed, and now they are solo content creators doing both, establishing a business model for their media or content production, as well as doing journalism. So, but we don't make that kind of difference when we offer trainings or when we offer any kind of, you know, control. The second lesson we've learned was really closely related to what you just said. The most important kind of responsibility that those people who are like commercial influencers see and have is basically to advertisers, to those who paid them. So we kind of learned that we should probably work more with also advertisers or companies that are supporting them as content creators, to kind of, you know, work on that balance. So I think these two things were very important as a lesson for us in the process.
Thank you very much. And it's not only advertisers paying influencers, there are some other people doing that. We had a question here.
Yes.
Sorry, I didn't see you.
From OSCE mission in Kosovo. Just wanted to share with you that a few years back, Kosovo was added to the Media Ownership Monitor, and this was a very positive development. In addition to that, we as a section in the mission worked with the regulator to establish the first, quite simple, I would say, database, and then to work further to ensure that more information, dig deeper with regards to transparency of media, audiovisual media only, and concentration. So I was triggered by especially the gentleman who said that this is not really the responsibility of a regulator. If this is not the responsibility of a regulator, then whose responsibility it is? Because in our context, in our landscape, there is nobody else except civil society or projects such as Media Ownership Monitor, Global Media Registry, to which I think the media have contributed to with information. But
Yeah, of course.
other than the media regulator, with whom we have cooperated and created this database, which currently is out of function due to technical problems, then I don't see who are the actors who will continue working in this field.
Right, thank you. Armila, you want to jump in?
Yeah, according to ENFA, sorry, speaking to EU legislation, but we refer only to those acts. So according to ENFA, yeah, there are some duties in this, let's say, point of view that refer to regulator to just suspect or to, but not to investigate. The investigation, it's not in the hand of some law specialist in the institution. Should be the investigator, the police, should be the civil society. That's why it's very important to strengthen civil society, to strengthen investigative journalism, and all these components of the society. Because otherwise, you know, but in small markets like ours, we don't have problems. We hear a lot, and we can investigate a lot. Everyone can open a case just by hearings. This is more problematic in much bigger countries than in ours, because everyone knows everywhere we go, what we eat, and with whom we drink the coffee, you know? So it's very, in small markets as ours, this is not a real, let's say, problem. Might be in some cases, but should be those who are specialized to execute this kind of duty. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, to add to this discussion, I think the fact that it's not a problem now doesn't mean that it cannot become a problem one day. So, and I think what you are pointing at is a legal loop. You know, the fact that you don't have. the regulators are not supposed to do that. Maybe they should. On the other hand, yes, regulators should cooperate, and in many countries they do, with journalists and media outlets and NGOs, but that's not an assurance that they will be there anytime to investigate the things that you want to. And so there is a lack of...
We can send to the prosecutor the hint we can send, because...
So you have the legal tools to act.
For example, today we have a lot of cases that we go to antitrust authority, we go to electronic communication authority, we go to, even in some cases, to this secret something authorities, because of some, for example, suspicions that we might have in the institution about, I don't know, some influence from other countries and so on and so forth. But is, there are rare cases.
Right.
But when we have this kind of knowledge or this kind of indication or suspicion or things like that in the institution, of course we collaborate with other institutions. In case of, because we have this collaboration with TikTok, we see a lot of criminal acts in TikTok, and of course we refer to the police department about what we see, and we block in TikTok, and we refer, because this might be cases for the police.
Right.
So you have cooperation. Yeah, of course, with all the institutions of the kind.
Thank you.
Of course.
I think Branko, sorry, there was... Olaf, you wanted to...
Maybe just quickly to your point, I mean, it sounds a little bit dystopic, but what actually gives me hope talking about these people in uniform actually attending conferences, I mean, it basically tells us that more and more this topic is considered, one of national security. And if we have to acknowledge that we are already in the midst of hybrid warfare, I think it also means that funding and political attention tied to it happens on a completely different level. Again, it's actually kind of bad news, but maybe might kind of beef up our resources a little bit.
Yeah, well, the national strategic importance appears more and more among media companies. We saw cases now in countries where companies were declared like that in order to prevent them from being bought by others, which again, in my view, I think it's getting problematic. But Branko,
Just a very brief comment to make sure that I'm not understood incorrectly. I didn't say that regulators should not do this. Yes, they should. What their mandate is and how much they can do, that's the other thing. For us, it's to publicize the information. What I meant is that we are not those who should investigate. So that's not what we should do. But should we make this information transparent? Yes. What's behind the information? We don't know. We can suspect. If we suspect, we can inform other authorities. But regulators just do what's in the legal framework. So just not to make sure that I'm saying we shouldn't do it. Yes, we should. So just here's the information. Whoever suspects anything can, of course, go to the court or inform whichever institution is responsible for it. So just
right. Thank you very much. Other questions? Comments? No? Anything for the panelists to add? The last words? Olaf, you want to start?
Just maybe quickly reiterating how important I believe internal pluralism is. I think we see a lot of countries, particularly the Nordic ones, Sweden, I think Norway is another example, which are highly concentrated and also always rank top in the World Press Freedom Index. And I think one reason is that there is a lot of internal pluralism. So it's not only the numbers of actors in a market, but also what happens inside those media outlets. Thank you.
Thank you. Armela? Any? Leonora?
Maybe we have to connect with the point of Olaf. Maybe we have, not maybe, it's for sure, we have to do work and to focus on media literacy. we have to come back because mostly those who broke those professional and ethical standards go back to the Article 1 of the Code of Ethics in Media. It means that the journalists are not objective, they have no sources, and etc., etc. So maybe we have to go back to first steps and to do greater improvements and to strengthen the editorial, to be editorial policies to be apart from political pressures or economic pressures. How can we do that? I don't know, because mostly we are struggling with the finances and NGOs and mostly the medias in the last time, but we have to focus on getting back our profession integrity and getting back the trust in medias and institutions.
Thank you. Mila, yes?
I'll speak.
You have the last word.
Yeah, but I'll speak from the part of the institution. One of the goals of FIMI, Foreign Information, Manipulation, Influence, sorry, it's distrust in institution, one of the goals. So please, and this is very open call for everyone who wants to hear, please don't contribute on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. On that note, thank you very much to our wonderful panelists. Thank you to all of you for being present here. Thank you, OSCE, for organizing this, OSCE presence in Albania for the great support and the studies. And, well, I guess we'll meet later, right, Barbara? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Marius, for the wonderful moderation. And the reminder that the reception dinner will start at 7 in the beer garden, which is just in front of the main conference hall. Thank you.